My parents got my dance contract canceled because they wanted me to be a lawyer instead. I'm 22 years old, and 2 months ago I signed a contract with Pacific Northwest Ballet as a company dancer, my dream since I was 6 years old. I'd spent 16 years training for this. Daily ballet classes throughout childhood, intensive summer programs, a full scholarship to a pre-professional ballet academy, apprenticeships with regional companies. Last spring, I auditioned for PNB along with 300 other dancers and was one of 8 selected for their company. The contract was everything I'd worked toward. A guaranteed salary dancing professionally, performing in classical ballets and contemporary works, training under world-renowned choreographers. I was supposed to start rehearsals last week for their fall season opening with Swan Lake. My parents have never supported my ballet career. They wanted me to be a lawyer like my father and older brother. When I chose Ballet Academy over college, they stopped paying for anything. I funded my training through scholarships, teaching children's classes and working retail. When I got the PNB contract, they didn't congratulate me. My mother said I was wasting my potential, and my father said ballet wasn't a real career. 3 weeks before rehearsals started, PNB's artistic director called. The company had received medical concerns about me from someone claiming to be my family doctor. The reports alleged I had serious hip and ankle injuries I'd been hiding, that continuing to dance would cause permanent disability, and that the company would be liable if they employed me knowing about these undisclosed injuries. PNB's insurance required them to verify my medical fitness before I could start. They suspended my contract pending independent medical examination. I was confused. I had no hip or ankle injuries. I'd passed PNB's own medical screening during the audition process. I got the independent medical exam. The orthopedist found 0 injuries. My hips and ankles were perfectly healthy. But the damage was done. PNB's fall season rehearsals had already started with the backup dancer who'd been next in line after me. My contract was in limbo while the company's legal team dealt with the false medical reports. My parents admitted they'd filed the fake injury reports. They'd contacted PNB pretending to be my doctor, hoping the company would terminate my contract and I'd finally pursue law school instead. They'd sabotaged my professional dance debut because they didn't approve of my career choice. When my parents admitted filing false medical reports with Pacific Northwest Ballet, they showed no remorse. My father said they'd been preventing me from making a terrible mistake by pursuing a dance career instead of law school. My mother said ballet was a dead-end profession, and they'd been trying to save me from wasting my 20s dancing instead of building a real career. I asked how they could sabotage something I'd worked 16 years to achieve. My father said those 16 years proved their point. I'd become obsessed with ballet instead of developing marketable skills, and they'd been trying to break the obsession before it was too late. When I pointed out I'd earned the PNB contract through talent and years of training, not obsession, my mother said professional dancers end up broken and poor by 35, and they'd been protecting my future by preventing me from signing a contract that would ruin my life. My older brother, Justin, admitted he'd helped research how to file convincing fake medical reports. He said he'd been uncomfortable watching me pursue ballet while he went to law school like our parents wanted, and he'd supported their decision to intervene before your career trapped you. Pacific Northwest Ballet investigated the false medical reports thoroughly. Once they confirmed I had no injuries and that the reports had been fraudulently filed by people pretending to be medical professionals, they were furious. PNB's legal team contacted police about potential fraud charges. Impersonating medical professionals and filing false health information is illegal. But the fall season had already started. The backup dancer had been rehearsing Swan Lake for 3 weeks in the role I was supposed to dance. PNB offered me a contract for their winter season starting in January, but my fall debut, the achievement I'd worked my entire life toward, was gone because my parents had filed fake injury reports. I told my parents I wanted nothing to do with them. My father said I was overreacting and proving I valued ballet more than family. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for trying to prevent me from wasting my life on dance. Justin said I was being dramatic about missing one season and should appreciate that they cared enough to intervene. When I told him they'd committed fraud by impersonating medical professionals, he said they'd been desperate to save me. PNB's artistic director was sympathetic but firm. The fall season was already in production. Roles were cast. Rehearsals were too advanced to make changes. I could join the company in January for the winter season, but the fall debut I'd earned was given to someone else because my parents had sabotaged it. The backup dancer who took my place sent me a message apologizing for the situation. She said she'd earned her spot legitimately when I was medically cleared but unable to start, and she hoped there were no hard feelings. I told her it wasn't her fault. My parents were responsible for this mess. My ballet academy mentor was appalled when I explained what happened. She wrote a letter to PNB supporting me and condemning my parents' interference. Several professional dancers I'd trained with reached out expressing outrage that parents would sabotage their child's dance contract. The false medical reports my parents filed created a paper trail that could have permanently damaged my reputation in the ballet world if I hadn't proven them false. Other companies could have seen medical concerns associated with my name and decided I was too risky to hire. It's been 2 months since my parents got my fall season debut canceled. I joined PNB in January, and I'm now rehearsing for the winter season. But I missed performing in Swan Lake, the role I'd been specifically cast for, the debut that was supposed to launch my professional career. My parents maintained they did the right thing by trying to prevent me from pursuing ballet. My father sent me law school brochures, claiming it's not too late to choose a real profession. My mother said she hopes missing the fall season opened my eyes to how unstable a dance career is. Justin has stopped actively supporting their interference, but hasn't apologized. He said he understands why I'm angry, but still thinks law school would be a better choice than ballet. I'm not speaking to any of them. PNB's legal team considered filing fraud charges against my parents, but decided the case wasn't strong enough since they'd verbally claimed to be my doctor without producing fake documents. The false medical reports they called in were malicious, but technically not forgery. The artistic director says my parents' interference delayed my professional debut, but can't stop my career long-term. I'm performing in 3 ballets this winter season, and if I do well, I'll be promoted from corps de ballet to soloist within a few years. Some people think I should forgive my parents since they claim they were worried about my future. But worry doesn't justify filing false medical reports that got my dance contract suspended and cost me my debut season. I'm 22, a professional ballet dancer with Pacific Northwest Ballet, estranged from the parents who sabotaged my first season and building the career they tried to prevent. Every performance proves my parents wrong. Every ballet I dance demonstrates that I made the right choice pursuing this career despite their disapproval. I should have debuted in Swan Lake this fall. My parents made sure I didn't. But they couldn't permanently stop me from dancing professionally. They only delayed it by 4 months. That's my revenge. Succeeding at the career they tried to sabotage, dancing professionally despite their interference, and proving that their fraudulent medical reports couldn't destroy what I'd spent 16 years building. The backup dancer performed beautifully in Swan Lake. I watched from the audience opening night, knowing I should have been on that stage. But I'll be on stage this winter, and next fall, and for years after that. Building the ballet career my parents claimed was impossible. They tried to force me into law school by destroying my dance contract. They failed. And every curtain call I take is proof they couldn't control my life or my career choices. I'm dancing professionally. They're dealing with a daughter who refuses to speak to them, and I'm at peace with that choice. Ballet is my career, my calling, my life's work. My parents' fraudulent medical reports delayed my debut but couldn't end my dream. And that's all that matters. My family got me removed from Top Chef 3 days before filming started. I'm 24 years old, and 3 days ago I was supposed to start filming season 21 of Top Chef as one of 15 competing chefs. I'd been selected after a rigorous audition process, cooking demonstrations, personality interviews, background checks, and extensive vetting. Getting cast on Top Chef was a dream come true for someone who'd worked in professional kitchens since age 16 and had been trying to get on the show for 3 years. I'd started cooking seriously at 14, inspired by watching cooking shows with my grandmother before she died. By 16, I was working weekends at a local restaurant. I went to culinary school instead of traditional college, worked my way up from prep cook to line cook to sous chef at progressively better restaurants. At 22, I became head chef at a farm-to-table restaurant in Portland. I'd built a solid reputation in the Pacific Northwest culinary scene. Top Chef represents the ultimate validation for chefs my age. National exposure, career-launching opportunities, a chance to compete against the best. I'd auditioned twice before and been rejected. This year, they selected me. The prize was $250,000 and mentorship opportunities that could transform my career. More importantly, winning, or even just performing well on Top Chef, could lead to my own restaurant, cookbook deals, consulting opportunities. My parents have always been dismissive of my culinary career. They wanted me to be a doctor like my father, or lawyer like my mother. When I chose culinary school, they stopped financially supporting me. I paid my own way through loans and working full-time in kitchens. When I got the Top Chef casting, they didn't congratulate me. My father called it reality TV nonsense, and my mother said cooking shows were entertainment, not legitimate career advancement. My older sister, Victoria, a corporate attorney, was equally disapproving. She said competing on Top Chef would make me look desperate for fame, instead of earning respect through actual culinary work. 1 week before filming started, the Top Chef production coordinator called. The show had received serious allegations about my background from someone claiming to be a family member. The reports alleged I'd plagiarized recipes from other chefs, had been fired from multiple restaurants for incompetence, and had fabricated my culinary credentials to get cast on the show. Top Chef has strict policies about contestant integrity. Any allegations of plagiarism or credential fraud trigger immediate investigation. My casting was suspended while they verified my background. I was confused. I'd never plagiarized recipes, never been fired, and all my credentials were legitimate. They'd already vetted me during the casting process. The investigation took 4 days. Top Chef confirmed I'd never plagiarized, never been fired, and all my credentials were real. But filming had already started with my alternate. My spot on season 21 was gone because my family had filed false allegations to sabotage my participation. When I confronted my parents about filing false allegations with Top Chef, they admitted it immediately and showed no remorse. My father said they'd been preventing me from embarrassing myself on national television by competing in what he called a glorified cooking game show. My mother said Top Chef was beneath my abilities, and they'd been trying to save my reputation by preventing me from appearing on reality TV. I asked how they could sabotage the biggest opportunity of my culinary career. My father said if Top Chef was my biggest opportunity, that proved cooking was a dead-end career, and they'd been right to push me toward medicine. My mother said competing on cooking shows would make me famous for entertainment, rather than respected for skill, and they'd been protecting my professional reputation. When I pointed out Top Chef had launched the careers of dozens of successful chefs who now own restaurants, publish cookbooks, and are considered industry leaders, my parents dismissed it. My father said those chefs were TV personalities, not real culinary artists. My mother said, real chefs build reputations through Michelin stars, not reality TV. Victoria admitted she'd helped research how to file convincing false allegations. She said she'd been embarrassed at the thought of her friends seeing her sister on a cooking competition show, and she'd supported preventing my participation so I'd focus on serious culinary work instead. The Top Chef producers investigated the false allegations thoroughly. Once they confirmed my credentials were legitimate and the plagiarism claims were fabricated, they were furious. But the filming schedule was inflexible. They'd already started production with 15 chefs, including my alternate, and disrupting that would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. They offered me a guaranteed audition for season 22, but that was a year away with no promise of actually being cast. The opportunity I'd earned for season 21, the specific group of competing chefs I'd been matched with, the challenges planned for this season, the timing that worked with my current job situation, was gone because my family had sabotaged it. I told my parents I never wanted to speak to them again. My father said I was overreacting and proving that cooking had become more important than family. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from degrading my culinary career with reality TV. Victoria said she understood I was angry, but she'd rather have a sister with culinary integrity than a sister who's a reality TV personality. She didn't understand that Top Chef contestants are respected industry professionals, not fame-seeking amateurs. My head chef at the farm-to-table restaurant was appalled when I explained what happened. He'd given me time off to film Top Chef and had been excited about the publicity for our restaurant. He wrote a statement condemning my family's interference and confirming my culinary skills and professional reputation. Several Top Chef alumni reached out when word spread about what happened. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my spot and offered to connect me with industry opportunities. One season 18 finalist said, "Family members who don't understand the culinary world often dismiss competition shows without realizing how career-transforming they are." The alternate who took my spot posted on social media about being thrilled to join the cast. I couldn't bring myself to watch season 21 when it aired. Seeing someone else compete in challenges I should have faced, cooking in the kitchen I should have been in, competing for opportunities I'd earned. It's been 6 months since my family got me removed from Top Chef season 21. The season aired, and the alternate who took my spot made it to the finals, finishing third. That could have been me, competing, showcasing my skills, building national recognition. My parents maintain they saved my reputation by preventing my participation. My father sent me articles about failed reality TV stars, claiming they prove competition shows damage careers. My mother said she's relieved I didn't appear on Top Chef because it would have been embarrassing for the family. Victoria hasn't apologized, but has stopped actively sabotaging my opportunities. She said she accepts I'm pursuing culinary work, but still thinks reality TV competitions are beneath serious chefs. I'm not speaking to any of them. Top Chef's producers were sympathetic about the family interference, but couldn't offer more than priority consideration for future seasons. I auditioned for season 22 and was selected as an alternate, but not a main cast member. Competing with hundreds of new applicants plus returning favorites made casting even more competitive. The restaurant where I work as head chef has thrived despite my family's interference. We earned a James Beard Award nomination this year, and food critics have praised my innovative menu. I'm building a culinary reputation through traditional means, but I lost the platform and exposure Top Chef would have provided. Some people think I should forgive my parents, since they claim they were protecting my professional reputation. But protection doesn't justify filing false plagiarism and fraud allegations that got me removed from a nationally televised cooking competition I'd earned through legitimate talent and hard work. I'm 24. I'm head chef at an award-nominated restaurant, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged the biggest opportunity of my culinary career because they think cooking shows are beneath me. Every dish I create proves my parents wrong. Every positive review, every satisfied customer, every culinary innovation demonstrates that my cooking career is legitimate and valuable, with or without reality TV exposure. I should have competed on Top Chef Season 21. My family made sure I didn't, but they couldn't stop me from building a successful culinary career through other paths. They only eliminated one major opportunity. That's my revenge. Succeeding in the culinary world despite their interference, earning industry respect despite their sabotage, and proving that their false allegations couldn't destroy my reputation or my skills. The alternate who took my spot had a great run on the show. I'm happy for their success, but I'll always wonder what challenges I could have conquered, what dishes I could have created, what opportunities could have emerged from competing on Top Chef. My grandmother, who inspired my love of cooking before she died, would have been proud to see me compete. My parents destroyed that chance because they're ashamed of what they see as reality TV, rather than recognizing it as legitimate culinary competition. I'm continuing to build my career. Maybe I'll get cast on Season 23 or 24. Maybe I'll open my own restaurant and earn a Michelin star through traditional routes. Maybe Top Chef was never meant to be my path, but it should have been my choice whether to take that opportunity, not my family's decision to sabotage it with false allegations. They tried to control my career by destroying my biggest opportunity. They succeeded in removing me from one season of one show, but they can't stop me from being a talented chef with a successful career. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me fired from Broadway the night before I was supposed to go on as lead. I'm 23 years old, and 2 nights ago, I was supposed to make my Broadway debut as Christine in Phantom of the Opera, after the principal actress injured her ankle during curtain call. I'd been the second understudy for 6 months, faithfully attending every performance, running vocal drills daily, knowing the role inside and out, even though I'd never expected to actually perform it. First understudies almost never get sick or injured, and second understudies are basically insurance policies that never get used. Until Wednesday, when Melissa, the principal Christine, landed wrong after taking her bow and twisted her ankle badly enough that she couldn't perform Thursday's show. The first understudy, Hannah, was out with the flu. The stage manager called me at 11 p.m. Wednesday night. I was going on as Christine in the 2 p.m. matinee and 8 p.m. evening show on Thursday. I'd been working toward Broadway since I was 8 years old. Vocal lessons, dance classes, acting training, summer theater intensives, a BFA in musical theater. I'd spent 2 years auditioning for ensemble roles before finally getting hired as second understudy for Christine 6 months ago. It wasn't glamorous. I earned barely above minimum wage sitting backstage every night watching someone else perform the role I'd memorized, but it was Broadway, and I was patient. This was my chance. One day, possibly 2 shows if Melissa's ankle needed more recovery time, where I'd perform Christine on a Broadway stage in front of 1,000 people per show. Critics sometimes attend midweek performances. Casting directors scout new talent at matinees. One strong performance could change everything. My parents have always been dismissive of my theater career. They wanted me to pursue stable work like my older brother Cameron, who's an accountant. When I chose a BFA over business school, they cut me off financially. When I got the Broadway understudy job, my father called it waiting tables with better lighting. My mother said understudies never perform anyway, so the job was pointless. Thursday morning at 7 a.m., 5 hours before my matinee debut, the stage manager called again. The production had received credible allegations about my vocal health from someone claiming to be my family doctor. They'd submitted reports claiming I had vocal nodules and permanent damage that I'd been hiding, and that allowing me to perform could injure me permanently and expose the production to liability. Broadway shows can't risk vocal injuries becoming lawsuits. My performance was canceled while they arranged emergency examination by the show's medical team. By the time the doctor cleared me, I had 0 vocal problems. They'd already called in Hannah, despite her flu. She performed both shows hoarse and exhausted, delivering a notably weak performance that got mentioned in reviews. My parents admitted they'd filed the fake medical reports. They'd contacted the production claiming to be concerned about my vocal health, hoping the show would remove me and I'd finally pursue a real career instead of theater. When my parents admitted filing false medical reports with the Phantom production, they showed no remorse. My father said they'd been preventing me from humiliating myself by performing a lead role when I was just an understudy with minimal experience. My mother said one strong performance would have encouraged my theater delusions, and they'd been trying to break the obsession before I wasted more years pursuing Broadway. I asked how they could sabotage the opportunity I'd been training for since childhood. My father said those 15 years proved their point. I'd wasted my youth on theater instead of developing marketable skills, and they'd been trying to force a wake-up call about choosing a sustainable career. When I pointed out the production's medical team had verified I had zero vocal problems and the reports were completely fabricated, my mother said they'd exaggerated concerns to make sure the production took them seriously. She claimed she'd heard me straining my voice during practice and had been genuinely worried, though she couldn't provide any specific examples. Cameron admitted he'd supported their decision. He said having a sister pursuing Broadway was embarrassing to explain to his corporate colleagues, and he'd encouraged preventing my performance so I'd face reality about theater being an unstable career. The Phantom production investigated the false reports thoroughly. Once they confirmed I had no vocal nodules or damage, they were sympathetic but firm. Hannah had already performed both Thursday shows, and Melissa's ankle was healing faster than expected. She'd be back for Friday's performance. My window of opportunity was gone. The stage manager was furious that family interference had disrupted their carefully planned understudy system. She said in 20 years of Broadway stage management, she'd never encountered family members filing fake medical reports to prevent an understudy from performing. Hannah, the first understudy who performed despite her flu, sent me a sympathetic message. She said she'd felt terrible performing when she knew it should have been my debut, but she'd had no choice when the production told her I was medically unavailable. The reviews mentioned her noticeably strained vocals and lower energy than usual, exactly what happens when someone performs with the flu. My vocal coach was appalled when I explained what happened. She'd been training me for 6 years and knew my vocal health was excellent. She wrote a formal statement condemning my parents' interference and confirming I had no vocal issues that would prevent performing. Several Broadway performers reached out when word spread in the theater community about what happened. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my debut and offered support. One long-running lead said family members who don't understand theater often dismiss the years of work understudies put in, not realizing how rare and valuable performance opportunities are. The 2 shows I should have performed happened without me. Thursday's matinee had 1,100 people in attendance. Thursday's evening show had 1,200. That's 2,300 people who could have seen my Broadway debut, plus potential critics and casting directors who might have noticed a strong performance from a new understudy. My parents' false medical reports stole that opportunity because they thought one good performance would encourage me to keep pursuing theater instead of getting what they consider a real job. It's been 2 months since my family got me removed from my Broadway debut. I'm still the second understudy for Christine, but Melissa hasn't missed another performance, and Hannah hasn't been sick again. I sit backstage every show, knowing I came within hours of performing the role I know perfectly, only to have my parents sabotage it with fake medical reports. My parents maintain they saved me from myself by preventing the performance. My father sent me job listings for corporate communications positions, claiming it's not too late to leave theater and get stable work. My mother said she's relieved I didn't perform because one good show would have convinced me theater was viable, when it's actually a dead-end career. Cameron hasn't apologized, but has stopped actively supporting my parents' interference. He said he understands I'm angry, but still thinks Broadway is too unstable compared to corporate work. I'm not speaking to any of them. The Phantom production was sympathetic about the family interference, but couldn't offer more than continued employment as second understudy. They noted in my file that the Thursday medical concerns were family fabrication, in case future productions ask about the incident. But that doesn't give me back the performances I lost. My understudy contract ends in 4 months. I'm auditioning for other shows, ensemble roles, first understudy positions, anything that might lead to actually performing instead of perpetually sitting backstage. But I lost the momentum and exposure that my Christine debut could have provided. Some people think I should forgive my parents, since they claim they were worried about my vocal health. But worry doesn't justify filing false medical reports that got me removed from performing the role I'd been hired to cover when my opportunity finally came. I'm 23. I'm still a Broadway understudy who's never performed, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my debut because they think theater is beneath me. Every show I attend as second understudy proves my parents wrong about my dedication. Every vocal drill I run, every blocking note I perfect demonstrates that I'm serious about this career, regardless of their disapproval. I should have performed Christine on Thursday, November 16th at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. My family made sure I didn't, but they couldn't stop me from continuing to pursue Broadway. They only destroyed one specific opportunity. That's my revenge, staying in theater despite their interference, continuing to prepare for the next opportunity despite their sabotage, and proving that their fake medical reports couldn't end my Broadway career. Hannah performed both shows with the flu and got mediocre reviews. I would have performed healthy and prepared. That's what my parents stole. Not just my debut, but the production's chance to have their second understudy deliver strong performances when needed. Melissa's ankle healed, and she hasn't missed another show since. I'm back to sitting backstage watching her perform every night, knowing I was hours away from being the one on stage. My childhood vocal coach told me that most understudies wait years for their chance, and some never get it. She said the cruelty of my situation, finally getting the call, being sabotaged by family, then watching the window close, was heartbreaking, but that I couldn't let it destroy my persistence. She's right. My parents tried to use my one opportunity to force me out of theater. They failed. I'm still here, still training, still waiting for the next chance. And when I do get to perform, whether it's in this production or another show, whether it's in 2 months or 2 years, my family won't be in the audience. They made sure of that when they filed fake medical reports to prevent my debut. Broadway careers are built on persistence, talent, and being ready when opportunity comes. My parents tried to prove I shouldn't pursue theater by destroying my first real opportunity. But I'm still here, still training, still ready, and that's all the revenge I need. My family got my Peace Corps assignment canceled right before I was supposed to deploy. I'm 23 years old, and last week I was supposed to fly to Moldova to begin my 27-month Peace Corps service as an English education volunteer. I'd been accepted into the Peace Corps after a year-long application process, interviews, medical clearances, background checks, skills assessments. I'd been assigned to teach English at a rural secondary school in Moldova, working with teenagers who had limited access to native English speakers and educational resources. I'd wanted to join Peace Corps since high school, inspired by my uncle Robert, who'd served in Botswana in the 1990s, and always said it was the most meaningful work he'd ever done. After graduating college with my education degree, I applied immediately. Getting accepted felt like winning the lottery. Only about 30% of applicants are chosen, and I'd been matched with a placement perfectly suited to my teaching skills and interest in Eastern Europe. My parents and older brother Nathan have been hostile about Peace Corps from the beginning. They think serving in Moldova is dangerous and a waste of my degree. My mother wanted me to get a corporate training job. My father said Peace Corps was playing teacher in the third world instead of building a real career. Nathan, who works in finance, said spending 2 years in Moldova would make me unemployable when I returned. I explained that Peace Corps service is highly valued by employers and graduate schools, that I'd be doing meaningful educational work, and that Moldova is a safe country with a long-standing Peace Corps program. They remained convinced I was ruining my future. 2 weeks before my departure date, my Peace Corps placement officer called. My assignment had been suspended due to credible safety and medical concerns submitted by family members. The reports alleged I had mental health issues, including anxiety and depression that made me unfit for the stress of overseas service, and claimed I was fleeing problems in the U.S. rather than genuinely wanting to serve. Peace Corps policy requires thorough vetting of any mental health concerns before volunteers deploy. My assignment was suspended pending psychiatric evaluation. I was devastated. I'd passed all the required medical and psychological clearances during the application process. These new allegations made no sense. I got the required psychiatric evaluation. The psychologist found 0 mental health issues. I was psychologically fit for Peace Corps service. But the damage was done. My departure date had passed, and my teaching position in Moldova had been given to another volunteer who'd been waiting on standby. My parents admitted they'd submitted the false mental health reports. They'd contacted Peace Corps, claiming to be concerned family members, hoping the organization would remove me from service and I'd pursue a real job instead. They'd sabotaged my Peace Corps assignment because they disapproved of my choice to serve. When my parents admitted filing false mental health allegations with Peace Corps, they defended it as preventing me from wasting 2 years in Eastern Europe. My father said they'd been trying to save my career before I made a mistake that would set me back permanently. My mother said Peace Corps service in Moldova was too dangerous, and they'd been protecting me from potential harm. I asked how they could sabotage a year of preparation and a highly competitive placement I'd earned. My father said that year of preparation proved I was obsessed with Peace Corps instead of thinking rationally about my future, and they'd been trying to break the obsession before I actually deployed. When I pointed out I'd passed Peace Corps' own extensive medical and psychological screenings, my mother said those screenings missed things, and that as my parents, they knew better about my mental fitness than Peace Corps evaluators. Nathan admitted he'd encouraged them to file the reports. He said having a sister in Peace Corps would be embarrassing to explain to his finance colleagues, and he'd supported preventing my deployment so I could get a normal job like everyone else. Peace Corps investigated the allegations thoroughly. Once they confirmed I had no mental health issues and that the reports had been falsely submitted by family members opposed to my service, they were sympathetic but firm. My original Moldova assignment was filled, and getting a new placement would require going back through the matching process, which could take months. They offered me the option to be reassigned to a different country with open positions, but those were mostly in sub-Saharan Africa or Central Asia, regions my parents would find even more objectionable. Alternatively, I could wait 6 to 12 months for the next Moldova cohort, but that meant delaying service and potentially losing momentum. I told my parents I never wanted to speak to them again. My father said I was overreacting and proving I valued Peace Corps more than family. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from wasting my 20s in a developing country. Nathan said I was being dramatic about missing one deployment and should appreciate that they cared enough to intervene. When I told him filing false mental health allegations was fraudulent and had nearly destroyed my Peace Corps eligibility, he said they'd been desperate to save me from myself. My Peace Corps placement officer was furious that family interference had disrupted their careful placement planning. She said false allegations from family members were unprecedented in her 15 years with Peace Corps, and that my parents' actions had delayed not just my service, but also the English education program at the Moldovan school that had been expecting me. The volunteer who took my Moldova placement sent me an apologetic message. She'd been waiting months for any assignment and had accepted immediately when mine became available. She said she felt terrible about the circumstances, but hoped I'd get reassigned soon. My Uncle Robert, the former Peace Corps volunteer who'd inspired me, was appalled when he learned what happened. He called my parents and told them they'd destroyed something meaningful, and that Peace Corps service had been the best decision of his life. They dismissed his perspective, saying his service was different because it was the 1990s. It's been 2 months since my parents got my Moldova assignment canceled. I was reassigned to serve in Zambia as a health education volunteer, a different country and different sector than my original placement, but still meaningful Peace Corps service. I deploy next month. My parents maintain they did the right thing by trying to prevent my original deployment. My father sent me job listings for corporate training positions, claiming it's not too late to choose a real career. My mother said she's relieved I'm not going to Moldova, but is now worried about Zambia being even more dangerous. Nathan hasn't apologized, but has stopped actively sabotaging my plans. He said he accepts I'm doing Peace Corps, but still thinks it's a mistake compared to getting a finance job. I'm not speaking to any of them. Peace Corps' legal team considered reporting my parents for filing fraudulent mental health claims, but decided the disruption they'd caused wasn't enough to pursue legal action. My service wasn't permanently prevented, just delayed and reassigned. My placement officer says the false allegations my parents filed created a red flag in my file that required extensive documentation to overcome. Future Peace Corps staff will see that family members once claimed I was mentally unfit, even though those claims were proven false. It's a permanent stain on my record. The English students at the Moldovan school, who were supposed to be my students for 2 years, got a different volunteer. I'll never know what impact I might have had on their lives. That's what my parents stole, not just my Moldova placement, but those students' chance to work with the volunteer they'd been matched with. Some people think I should forgive my parents, since they claim they were worried about my safety. But worry doesn't justify filing false mental health allegations that got my Peace Corps assignment canceled and nearly ended my eligibility for service entirely. I'm 23. I'm deploying to Zambia next month as a Peace Corps health volunteer, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my original assignment because they thought teaching English in Moldova was beneath me. Every day I serve in Zambia will prove my parents wrong. Every student I teach, every health education workshop I facilitate, every community project I support will demonstrate that Peace Corps service is meaningful work, not a career mistake. I should be in Moldova right now, teaching English to rural teenagers. My parents made sure I'm not. But they couldn't stop me from serving in Peace Corps. They only changed which country I'm serving in and delayed my service by 6 months. That's my revenge. Deploying to Zambia despite their interference, completing 27 months of service despite their sabotage, and proving that their false mental health allegations couldn't destroy my commitment to Peace Corps. The volunteer who took my Moldova spot is doing excellent work there, according to Peace Corps reports. I'm glad those students have a good teacher, even if it's not me. But my parents tried to prevent me from serving anywhere, and they failed. Next month I'll be in Zambia, beginning the service they claimed I was too mentally unstable to complete. Uncle Robert is proud of me for not giving up after the sabotage. He said the best revenge against people who try to stop your service is completing it and proving them wrong about everything. He's right. My parents filed false allegations claiming I was mentally unfit for Peace Corps. I'll spend the next 27 months in Zambia proving that their claims were not just false, but deliberately malicious. And when I complete my service and return with 2 years of meaningful work experience, they'll have to live with knowing they tried to prevent it and failed. That's all the revenge I need. My family got me removed from Everest expedition 3 days before base camp departure. I'm 24 years old, and 3 days ago I was supposed to fly to Nepal to begin my Mount Everest expedition, the culmination of 3 years of training, planning, and preparation. I'd been working towards summiting Everest since I was 21, after my best friend Adriana died attempting the climb at age 23. Adriana had been an experienced mountaineer who'd summited 6 of the 7 summits before attempting Everest. She died in the Khumbu icefall during her summit push, and her body was never recovered. Adriana's death devastated me, but it also ignited something, a need to complete what she'd started, to stand on the summit she'd died trying to reach, to honor her memory by achieving the dream she'd given her life for. I started training obsessively. Technical climbing courses, high-altitude mountaineering, ice climbing, physical conditioning. I climbed progressively higher peaks: Rainier, Denali, Aconcagua, Kilimanjaro. I joined an Everest expedition team, paid the $45,000 permit and guide fees through sponsorships and years of saving from my job as a software developer. My parents and younger sister, Melissa, have been hostile about my Everest plans from the beginning. They think attempting Everest is suicidal, given what happened to Adriana. My father said I have a death wish. My mother begged me to cancel, saying she can't lose another daughter. She'd been close with Adriana, who'd grown up next door. Melissa said my Everest obsession was disrespecting Adriana's death by risking the same fate. I explained that summiting Everest would honor Adriana, not disrespect her, that I'd trained extensively and was climbing with experienced guides, that I understood the risks and had made my choice. Last week I was supposed to fly to Kathmandu to begin the expedition. 2 weeks of trekking to base camp, 6 weeks of acclimatization rotations, then summit attempt in May, during the optimal weather window. My team of 12 climbers was ready, my gear was packed, my permits were processed. Then, my expedition leader called. The Nepalese government had revoked my climbing permit based on credible safety concerns, filed by my family. They'd submitted documents claiming I was mentally unstable, had suicidal intentions, and was attempting Everest to deliberately die like my friend. My permit was canceled. My spot on the expedition was given to an alternate climber. 3 years of training and $45,000 in fees were gone because my family had convinced Nepal I was trying to kill myself on the mountain. When I confronted my parents about getting my Everest permit revoked, they didn't deny it. My father said they'd saved my life by preventing me from committing suicide on a mountain. My mother said filing the mental health concerns with Nepal had been the only way to stop me from making a fatal mistake. I asked how they could sabotage 3 years of work and training. My father said those 3 years proved their point. I'd become obsessed with death after Adriana died, and attempting Everest was following her to the grave rather than honoring her memory. When I pointed out I'd completed extensive mountaineering training and was climbing with professional guides, my mother said training didn't matter when my real motivation was suicide. She'd convinced herself I was attempting Everest specifically to die. Melissa admitted she'd helped gather documentation for the mental health claims submitted to Nepal. She said watching me train for Everest had been torture, knowing I might die like Adriana. She'd supported our parents' decision to do whatever it took to prevent me from attempting the climb. My expedition leader was sympathetic but firm. Nepal's government had revoked my permit based on family-submitted mental health concerns, and overturning that decision would require months of bureaucratic appeals I didn't have time for. The expedition was leaving in 3 days, and my spot had already been given to the next climber on the waiting list. I'd spent $45,000 on permits, guide fees, specialized gear, and training expeditions, all non-refundable. 3 years of my life dedicated to preparing for this climb. My parents had destroyed it in one phone call to Nepalese authorities, claiming I was suicidal. I told my parents I never wanted to speak to them again. My father said I was proving I valued a death wish more than family. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for saving my life. Melissa said she understood I was angry, but she'd rather have a living sister who hates me than a dead sister who tried Everest. She didn't understand that I'd trained to survive Everest, not die on it. My expedition team left for Nepal without me. 12 climbers attempting Everest, 11 originals plus the alternate who took my spot. I watched their social media posts from Kathmandu, then trekking toward base camp, then beginning acclimatization rotations. I should have been there. The alternate climber who got my spot sent me a message, apologizing for the situation. He said he'd been on the waiting list for 2 years and had jumped at the chance when my permit was revoked, but he felt terrible about the circumstances. I told him it wasn't his fault. My family was responsible. Adriana's parents reached out when they learned what happened. They'd been supportive of my Everest plans from the beginning, seeing it as honoring their daughter's passion. They were furious that my family had sabotaged the climb and offered to write statements supporting my mental fitness if I wanted to appeal the permit revocation. But appealing would take months, and Everest has a limited climbing season. By the time I could get my permit reinstated, the season would be over. I'd have to wait until next year, save another $45,000, and hope my family didn't sabotage me again. It's been 2 months since my family got my Everest permit revoked. The expedition I should have been on reached the summit 3 weeks ago. 11 of the 12 climbers successfully summited, including the alternate who took my spot. 1 climber turned back due to altitude sickness but survived. I've cut off all contact with my parents and Melissa. They maintain they saved my life, even though the expedition had an 11/12 success rate with 0 deaths. My father sent me news articles about Everest deaths this season. There were 4 on other expeditions, claiming they prove the mountain is too dangerous. My mother wrote a letter saying she couldn't survive losing me like we lost Adriana, and that preventing my climb was the only choice. She doesn't understand that I trained extensively specifically to survive what Adriana didn't. Melissa has tried reaching out through mutual friends, saying she understands I'm angry, but hopes I'll eventually forgive them for caring about my safety. She still doesn't get that safety concerns don't justify filing false mental health claims that destroyed 3 years of work. I'm planning to attempt Everest again next year. I've started the permit application process, this time including extensive documentation, psychiatric evaluations confirming I'm mentally stable, statements from my mountaineering instructors confirming my competence, letters from Adriana's parents supporting my climb. I'm building an appeal-proof case that my family can't sabotage with false suicide allegations. The expedition company has offered me a discounted rate for next year's climb in recognition of what happened. My sponsors have committed to continued funding. I'm training harder than ever, adding another year of experience and preparation. Some people think I should forgive my family since they claim they were trying to save my life. But trying to save my life doesn't justify lying to Nepalese authorities about mental health, destroying $45,000 I'd saved and earned, and sabotaging 3 years of training for a goal that meant everything to me. I'm 24. I'm training for next year's Everest season, and I'm estranged from the family that tried to stop me from honoring my best friend's memory by completing the climb she died attempting. Every training climb I complete proves my parents wrong. Every ice climbing session, every altitude conditioning workout, every technical skill I master demonstrates that I'm preparing to survive Everest, not attempting suicide on it. I should have summited Everest this May. My family made sure I didn't, but they can't stop me from attempting again next year with documented proof they can't sabotage. That's my revenge, going back to Everest despite their interference, summiting the mountain they claimed I was trying to die on, and proving that honoring Adriana means completing what she started, not giving up because climbing is dangerous. The alternate who took my spot reached the summit. I watched his summit photos knowing I should have been there. But next year, I'll be the one posting summit photos, standing on top of the world in Adriana's memory. My family tried to prevent that by filing false mental health claims. They failed to stop me permanently. They only delayed me by 1 year. And when I summit Everest next May, carrying a photo of Adriana to leave at the top like I'd planned, my family won't be part of that achievement. They made sure of that when they sabotaged my first attempt. Adriana died chasing her dream. I'm going to complete it for both of us, no matter how many times my family tries to stop me. That's all the revenge I need. My family got my Rhodes Scholarship revoked 2 weeks before I was supposed to fly to Oxford. I'm 22 years old, and 2 weeks ago, I was supposed to fly to Oxford University to begin my Rhodes Scholarship, one of the most prestigious academic honors in the world. I'd been selected as one of 32 American Rhodes Scholars, chosen from over 2,500 applicants, earning a fully funded 2 years to pursue graduate study at Oxford. The selection process took over a year, including written applications, endorsements from university officials, regional interviews, and a final interview where I defended my academic vision and leadership potential. I've been working toward this kind of academic achievement since high school. I double majored in philosophy and international relations at Princeton, graduated summa cum laude with a 3.98 GPA, wrote an undergraduate thesis on democratic theory that won departmental honors, volunteered with refugee resettlement programs, founded a civic engagement organization on campus, and spent summers doing human rights research in East Africa. Every choice pointed toward a career in international policy and human rights advocacy. The Rhodes Scholarship would let me earn a master's in refugee studies at Oxford while building connections in international policy circles. Rhodes Scholars go on to positions at the UN, State Department, major NGOs, and academic institutions. Being selected meant I'd beaten thousands of accomplished applicants with similar credentials and ambitions. My parents run a successful regional insurance company and have always expected me to join the family business after college. They paid my Princeton tuition contingent on me getting a practical degree, and were furious when I chose philosophy over business administration. When I got the Rhodes Scholarship, they didn't congratulate me. My father called it 2 years wasted in England when you should be learning the insurance business. My mother said studying refugees at Oxford wouldn't prepare me for real-world work, like running their company. My younger brother, Tyler, who's in business school specifically preparing to take over the company, was equally hostile. He said my Rhodes Scholarship made him look bad by comparison and would create family conflict when I eventually refused to join the business. 3 weeks before my flight to Oxford, the Rhodes Trust called. They'd received serious allegations about academic misconduct from someone claiming to have insider knowledge of my Princeton career. The reports alleged I'd plagiarized significant portions of my undergraduate thesis, had fabricated data in research papers, and had been allowed to graduate only because Princeton wanted to avoid scandal with a Rhodes Scholar finalist. The Rhodes Trust has absolute standards for academic integrity. Any plagiarism or misconduct allegations trigger immediate investigation. My scholarship was suspended while they verified these claims through Princeton's academic dean, my thesis advisors, and independent reviewers. I was horrified. My thesis was completely original, my research was legitimate, and I'd never plagiarized anything. Princeton had vetted my work through multiple faculty readers, but the investigation took 2 weeks, requiring Princeton administrators to review all my academic work, my advisors to re-examine my thesis, and external plagiarism software to scan every paper I'd written. By the time the Rhodes Trust cleared me, confirming the allegations were completely fabricated, my Oxford program had started without me. The scholarship coordinator explained that while I was cleared of wrongdoing, the delayed start meant I'd missed critical orientation, registration deadlines, and the beginning of fall term. They couldn't accommodate a midterm arrival. My parents admitted they'd filed the false plagiarism allegations with the Rhodes Trust, hoping the organization would revoke my scholarship, and I'd finally commit to joining the family insurance business instead of wasting time studying refugees. When my parents admitted filing false academic misconduct allegations with the Rhodes Trust, they showed absolutely no remorse. My father said they'd been protecting the family business by preventing me from spending 2 years at Oxford when I was needed to start learning insurance operations. My mother said the Rhodes Scholarship was a vanity achievement that would delay my real career with the family company. I asked how they could sabotage the most prestigious academic honor I'd ever earned. My father said being selected as a Rhodes Scholar proved I was smart enough to run the insurance business, and they'd been trying to redirect my intelligence toward family obligations before I spent 2 years in England. When I pointed out the investigation confirmed my work was completely original and the plagiarism allegations were fabricated, my mother said they'd created a scenario that would force review of my scholarship, hoping the Rhodes Trust would decide the complication wasn't worth keeping me. She never expected I'd be completely cleared. She'd thought creating doubt would be enough to revoke the scholarship. Tyler admitted he'd helped them draft the plagiarism allegations to sound academically credible. He said having a brother who was a Rhodes Scholar while he was just a business school student created unfair family comparisons, and he'd supported preventing my Oxford studies so I'd return to work for the family company. The Rhodes Trust investigation was thorough and invasive. Princeton's Academic Integrity Committee had to review every paper I'd written in 4 years. My thesis advisors were questioned about their supervision of my research. My undergraduate work was run through plagiarism detection software, checking for any overlap with existing sources. The review confirmed my academic record was pristine. No plagiarism, no fabricated data, no misconduct of any kind. But the investigation had taken 2 weeks, and Oxford's Michaelmas term had started without me. I told my parents I was cutting them off completely. My father said I was abandoning family for academic prestige, and that I'd regret choosing Oxford over the insurance business. My mother said in a few years I'd realize they'd been trying to keep the family together by preventing my departure. Tyler said he understood I was angry, but I should appreciate that they'd been thinking about what's best for the family business, even if I disagreed with their methods. My Princeton thesis advisor was appalled when I explained what happened. She'd mentored me for 2 years and had written one of my Rhodes recommendation letters. She wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and supporting my academic integrity. Several Rhodes scholars reached out when word spread in the Rhodes community about what happened. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my scholarship year and offered support. One Rhodes alumnus who now works at the State Department said family members who don't understand academic careers often see prestigious scholarships as distractions rather than recognizing the doors they open. The Rhodes Trust was sympathetic but firm. Oxford's term structure doesn't allow for delayed arrivals, and they couldn't hold my scholarship for mid-year enrollment. They offered me priority consideration if I reapplied for the next cycle, but that meant competing again with a new pool of thousands of applicants with no guarantee of selection. It's been 4 months since my family got my Rhodes Scholarship revoked. The 2024 American Rhodes Scholars are at Oxford right now. I see their photos on social media, attending seminars, meeting with professors, building the connections and credentials that should have been mine. My parents maintain they did what was necessary to preserve family business continuity. My father says the insurance company needs me and that family obligations outweigh personal academic achievements. My mother insists I'll eventually see the wisdom in staying home to work for the family instead of studying at Oxford. Tyler has backed off somewhat, seemingly realizing the extent of what they did. He said he didn't think it would actually work and feels kind of bad that I lost the Rhodes, but he still thinks I should join the family business now that Oxford is off the table. I'm not speaking to any of them. The Rhodes Trust documented that the plagiarism allegations were malicious family interference to protect my academic record. But that doesn't give me back my scholarship year. I'm currently working at a policy think tank in Washington, D.C., applying to master's programs in refugee studies and international relations. Without the Rhodes funding and Oxford credential, I'm pursuing less prestigious programs with significant student loans. But I'm building toward the career my family tried to prevent. Some people think I should forgive my parents, since they claim they were acting in the family's interest. But family interest doesn't justify filing false academic misconduct allegations that destroyed the most prestigious scholarship in the world. I'm 22. I'm working in policy while applying to graduate programs without Rhodes funding, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my scholarship because they wanted me in their insurance business. Every policy brief I write proves my parents wrong. Every contribution I make to international human rights work demonstrates that my career path is legitimate and valuable, regardless of their insurance company. I should be at Oxford right now, earning my master's in refugee studies as a Rhodes Scholar. My family made sure I'm not. But they couldn't stop me from pursuing international policy work. They only took away the most prestigious path to that career. That's my revenge. Continuing human rights advocacy despite their interference. Building my career despite their sabotage, and proving that their false plagiarism allegations couldn't destroy my commitment to refugee policy and international relations. The other Rhodes Scholars are at Oxford, building credentials and connections that will define their careers. That should have been me. My parents filed fabricated plagiarism allegations because they wanted me to sell insurance instead. When I eventually work for the UN or a major human rights organization, when my work contributes to international refugee policy, my family won't be part of that achievement. They made sure of that when they destroyed my Rhodes scholarship. The Rhodes was my dream. My family sabotaged it. But I'm still pursuing the career they tried to prevent, just through a harder path with more obstacles. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got my Fulbright scholarship revoked 2 weeks before I was supposed to fly to Morocco. I'm 22 years old, and 2 weeks ago, I was supposed to fly to Morocco to begin my Fulbright Research Fellowship, a fully funded year studying Berber music traditions in the Atlas Mountains. I'd been awarded the Fulbright after a year-long application process that included research proposals, language proficiency tests, interviews, academic references, and security clearances. Being selected for a Fulbright is incredibly competitive. Only about 20% of applicants receive awards, and mine was specifically designed around fieldwork I'd been preparing for since my sophomore year of college. I've been studying ethnomusicology since I discovered Berber music during a high school world music class. I learned Tamazight, the Berber language, through online courses and a summer intensive program. I spent my junior year abroad in Morocco conducting preliminary research, living with a Berber family in a mountain village, recording traditional musicians, and building relationships with community members who'd agreed to participate in my Fulbright research. My project focused on how younger generations of Berber musicians are preserving traditional music while adapting to modern influences. I plan to spend a year documenting village musicians, analyzing musical patterns, and creating an archive of recordings that would be shared with Moroccan universities. The research could lead to my PhD dissertation, academic publications, and contributions to preserving endangered musical traditions. My parents and older brother Simon have always been dismissive of my ethnomusicology studies. They wanted me to major in economics or computer science, something practical and lucrative. When I chose ethnomusicology, they said I was wasting my intelligence on hobby research. When I got the Fulbright, my father called it a year-long vacation disguised as academic work, and my mother said studying obscure music in Morocco wouldn't lead to a real career. Simon, who works in tech, said the Fulbright was prestigious on paper but worthless professionally, and that I should have pursued graduate programs in business or engineering instead. I explained that Fulbright fellowships are internationally recognized academic achievements, that my research would contribute to preserving cultural heritage, and that the experience would position me for PhD programs and academic careers. They remained convinced I was wasting a year on irrelevant research. 3 weeks before my departure date, the State Department's Fulbright Program Office called. They'd received serious security and mental health concerns about me from people claiming to be family members. The reports alleged I had radical political sympathies, had been radicalized during my year abroad, and had mental instability that made me a security risk for representing the U.S. abroad. Fulbright. Fellows undergo extensive security clearances and psychological vetting. Any allegations about security risks or mental instability trigger immediate investigation. My fellowship was suspended while the State Department verified these claims. I was horrified. I had no radical political sympathies, hadn't been radicalized, and had no mental health issues beyond normal grad school anxiety. I'd already passed all required clearances during the application process. But the investigation took 2 weeks, requiring additional psychological evaluations, FBI interviews, and reviews of my social media and academic work. By the time the State Department cleared me, confirming the allegations were completely fabricated, my fellowship start date had passed. The Berber musicians I'd arranged to work with had made other commitments. My housing in Morocco had been rented to someone else. My Fulbright year was supposed to begin in September. The investigation delayed everything until October at the earliest, disrupting my entire research timeline. My parents admitted they'd filed the false allegations. They'd contacted the State Department claiming to be concerned about my radicalization and mental state, hoping the government would revoke my Fulbright and I'd pursue a real graduate program in a useful field instead of ethnomusicology. When my parents admitted filing false security and mental health allegations with the State Department, they showed no remorse. My father said they'd been preventing me from wasting a year in North Africa studying irrelevant music, when I should be building marketable skills. My mother said Fulbright research in Morocco was dangerous, and they'd been protecting me from potential harm while also forcing me to reconsider my academic path. I asked how they could sabotage a competitive fellowship I'd spent years earning. My father said those years proved their point. I'd become obsessed with obscure music instead of pursuing studies with job market value. And they'd been trying to intervene before you waste more time on ethnomusicology. When I pointed out the State Department had thoroughly investigated and cleared me of all allegations, my mother said they'd exaggerated concerns to ensure the government took them seriously. She claimed she'd been genuinely worried about my year abroad in Morocco and thought filing security concerns was the only way to prevent my departure. Simon admitted he'd helped research how to file convincing security allegations. He said having a sister studying tribal music in Morocco was embarrassing to explain to his tech colleagues, and he'd supported preventing my fellowship so I'd finally choose a respectable graduate program, like law school or an MBA. The State Department's investigation was extensive and invasive. FBI agents interviewed my professors, former roommates, and friends from my year abroad. They reviewed 4 years of my social media posts looking for, quote, evidence of radicalization. They required 2 independent psychological evaluations to confirm I had no mental instability. The process was humiliating and stressful, all because my parents had filed false allegations about me being a security risk. The Fulbright Program Office was sympathetic once they confirmed the allegations were family fabrication, but the damage was done. My fellowship was supposed to begin September 1st, with specific research milestones tied to the academic calendar and seasonal music festivals. Starting in October meant missing important cultural events I'd planned to document, losing the village musicians I'd arranged to work with, and compressing my research timeline. I told my parents I never wanted to speak to them again. My father said I was overreacting and proving that ethnomusicology had become more important than family. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for trying to prevent me from wasting my youth on impractical research. Simon said he understood I was angry, but still thought I should appreciate that they cared enough to try to save my career trajectory, even though I didn't agree with their methods. My undergraduate thesis advisor was appalled when I explained what happened. She'd written one of my Fulbright recommendation letters and had been excited about my research. She wrote a statement condemning my parents' interference and supporting my academic integrity and research value. Several Fulbright alumni reached out when word spread in the ethnomusicology community about what happened. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had disrupted my fellowship and offered support navigating the delayed start and compressed timeline. The Berber musicians I'd been planning to work with were confused and disappointed when I didn't arrive on schedule. Some had turned down other opportunities to participate in my research. My delayed arrival meant missing a major music festival in September that happens only once a year, a critical data collection opportunity I can't recreate. It's been 4 months since my family got my Fulbright delayed. I'm currently in Morocco conducting my research with a compressed timeline. What was supposed to be 12 months of fieldwork is now 10 months, and I missed the September festival that was central to my research design. My parents maintain they did the right thing by filing the security allegations. My father sent me articles about Americans who got in trouble abroad, claiming they prove Morocco is too dangerous. My mother said she's relieved I was delayed because it gave me time to reconsider whether ethnomusicology is worth pursuing. Simon hasn't apologized, but has stopped actively sabotaging my work. He said he accepts I'm doing the Fulbright, but still thinks studying Berber music is a waste of intelligence. I'm not speaking to any of them. The State Department documented in their files that the security allegations were unfounded family interference to protect my clearance record, but the investigation process was still traumatic, and the delays damaged my research. The Berber musicians I'm working with now have been incredibly gracious about the delayed start, but the September festival I missed was a once-a-year event featuring elder musicians I'd specifically wanted to document. That research opportunity is gone because my parents' false allegations delayed my arrival by a month. Some people think I should forgive my parents since they claim they were worried about my safety. But safety concerns don't justify filing false allegations about radicalization and mental instability that triggered FBI investigation and delayed a prestigious fellowship. I'm 22, I'm conducting Fulbright research in Morocco, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my fellowship because they think ethnomusicology is a waste of time. Every interview I conduct proves my parents wrong. Every traditional song I record, every cultural pattern I document, demonstrates that my research is valuable and meaningful, regardless of their dismissal. I should have started this fellowship on September 1st with 12 full months for fieldwork. My family made sure I didn't. But they couldn't stop me from completing the Fulbright. They only compressed my timeline and cost me critical research opportunities. That's my revenge, finishing my research despite their interference, producing scholarship despite their sabotage, and proving that their false security allegations couldn't destroy my academic career or my commitment to preserving Berber musical traditions. My Fulbright research will result in an archived collection of recordings, academic papers, and contributions to ethnomusicology that will outlast my parents' disapproval. The musicians I'm working with are sharing traditions passed down through generations, trusting me to document and preserve their cultural heritage. My parents tried to prevent that work by filing false allegations with the State Department. They failed to stop me permanently. They only delayed me by 1 month and made my research timeline more difficult. When I finish my Fulbright year and return to pursue my PhD in ethnomusicology, my family won't be part of that achievement. They made sure of that when they filed security allegations claiming I was radicalized. The research continues. The music gets documented, the traditions get preserved, and my parents' interference becomes a footnote in a successful academic career they tried to prevent. That's all the revenge I need. My family got my Doctors Without Borders deployment canceled before I could leave for Syria. I'm 27 years old, and 3 weeks ago I was supposed to deploy to northern Syria with Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières, as an emergency medicine physician treating civilians in an active conflict zone. I'd been accepted after a year-long application process, interviews assessing my medical skills and psychological resilience, security training, trauma surgery workshops, and clearances confirming I understood the risks of working in a war zone, providing medical care to anyone who needed it, regardless of which side of the conflict they were on. I've wanted to work with MSF since medical school, when a guest lecturer who'd worked in refugee camps described providing emergency care to people who had no other access to medical treatment. I specialized in emergency medicine specifically to prepare for humanitarian work. I wanted skills that would be useful in crisis situations. After residency, I worked in a Level 1 trauma center, gaining experience with gunshot wounds, blast injuries, and mass casualty situations. I took additional training in tropical medicine, learned Arabic, and completed MSF's pre-deployment courses. MSF positions are competitive and selective. They need physicians who can work under extreme stress, make life-or-death decisions with limited resources, and remain neutral in complex political situations. Being selected for the Syria deployment meant MSF trusted my medical judgment and emotional stability enough to send me to one of the world's most dangerous humanitarian crises. My assignment was 6 months at a field hospital in northern Syria, treating civilians caught in the conflict. Blast injuries, gunshot wounds, malnutrition in children, disease outbreaks in refugee populations. The work would be dangerous and emotionally devastating, but it would save lives that would otherwise be lost. My parents and younger sister, Jenna, have been horrified by my MSF plans since I first mentioned them. They wanted me to use my medical degree for normal practice. My father, a cardiologist, said working in war zones was wasting my training on suicidal humanitarian work. My mother wanted me to join a private practice or academic hospital. Jenna said my savior complex was going to get me killed in Syria. I explained that MSF physicians provide critical care to people who would die without intervention, that the organization has extensive security protocols, and that I'd trained specifically for this kind of medicine. They remained convinced I was choosing to die in Syria. 4 weeks before deployment, MSF's medical coordinator called. They'd received serious allegations about professional misconduct and substance abuse from someone claiming to be a colleague who'd worked with me. The reports alleged I'd been reprimanded for medical errors causing patient deaths, had prescription drug addiction, I was hiding, and had been fired from my previous hospital for incompetence. MSF has absolute standards for physician competence and sobriety. You can't make medical errors or work impaired in a war zone field hospital. Any allegations about misconduct or addiction trigger immediate investigation. My deployment was suspended while they verified these claims through my hospital, medical board, and licensing authority. I was horrified. I'd never caused patient deaths through errors, had no drug addiction, and hadn't been fired. I had an excellent professional record and active medical license. But the investigation took 3 weeks, requiring my former hospital to review all my patient care records, my medical board to confirm no disciplinary actions, and drug testing to prove I had no substance abuse issues. By the time MSF cleared me, confirming the allegations were completely fabricated, the deployment rotation had moved forward. They'd sent the backup physician to Syria. My 6-month position was gone because my family had filed false allegations claiming I was an incompetent, drug-addicted doctor. When my parents admitted filing false professional misconduct allegations with Doctors Without Borders, they were completely unapologetic. My father said they'd been preventing me from getting killed in Syria treating terrorists and victims. My mother said working in an active war zone was medical suicide, and they'd been saving my life while also protecting my medical career from being ruined by MSF. I asked how they could sabotage the deployment I'd spent years preparing for. My father said those years of preparation proved I had a dangerous obsession with humanitarian work instead of building a sustainable medical practice, and they'd been trying to force me to reconsider before I actually deployed to a conflict zone. When I pointed out MSF's investigation confirmed I had no professional misconduct, no patient deaths from errors, no drug addiction. My mother said they'd created allegations that would force thorough review of my fitness to practice in Syria. She claimed she'd been genuinely terrified I'd be killed and thought filing professional misconduct claims was the only way to prevent my deployment. Jenna admitted she'd begged them to do it. She said knowing I was deploying to Syria had been unbearable, and she'd supported any method that would prevent me from going because she couldn't live with the fear of you being kidnapped or killed. MSF's investigation was extensive and humiliating. They contacted my residency program looking for evidence of patient care problems. They reviewed medical board records, searching for disciplinary actions. They required immediate drug screening to test for the prescription medication addiction my family claimed I was hiding. The investigation confirmed my professional record was pristine. No errors causing deaths, no substance abuse, no misconduct of any kind. But the Syria deployment had moved forward without me. The backup physician was already in the field hospital treating patients. I told my parents I was done with them forever. My father said I was overreacting and proving that MSF mattered more to me than family concern for my safety. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from dying in Syria. Jenna said she understood I was angry, but she'd rather have a living sister who hates me than get a phone call that you were killed in an airstrike. My trauma center medical director was furious when I explained what happened. He'd written one of my MSF recommendation letters and had been proud that one of his ER physicians was selected for humanitarian work. He wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and confirming my excellent professional record. Several MSF physicians reached out when word spread in the humanitarian medicine community. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my Syria deployment and offered support. One doctor who'd worked in Yemen said family members often don't understand that MSF operates with extensive security protocols and that physicians aren't sent into situations without careful risk assessment. The backup physician who got my position posted, carefully, without identifying location details, about beginning work at the Syria Field Hospital. I couldn't read their updates about treating civilian casualties, knowing I should have been there providing that care. It's been 4 months since my family got my Syria deployment canceled. The physician who replaced me is halfway through the 6-month rotation, treating blast injuries and malnutrition in children, while I work emergency room shifts in a comfortable American hospital. My parents maintain they saved my life. My father sends me articles about aid workers killed in Syria, claiming they prove MSF deployments are too dangerous. My mother said she has 0 regrets about filing false allegations because preventing your deployment was worth destroying your MSF opportunity. Jenna has backed off somewhat but hasn't apologized. She said she still thinks working in war zones is too dangerous but feels a little bad about how they sabotaged my deployment. I'm not speaking to any of them. Doctors Without Borders documented that the misconduct allegations were malicious family fabrication to protect my professional reputation. But that doesn't give me back my Syria position. I'm working in my trauma center ER while reapplying for MSF deployments. But field hospital positions in active conflict zones are limited and competitive. The next Syria rotation won't deploy for months, and I'll be competing with other qualified physicians for positions that may go to different countries entirely. Some people think I should forgive my family since they claim they were trying to save my life. But concern for my safety doesn't justify filing false allegations about medical errors causing patient deaths and drug addiction that nearly destroyed my professional reputation. I'm 27. I'm working in a trauma center while waiting for another MSF opportunity, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my deployment because they think humanitarian medicine in Syria is suicidal. Every trauma patient I treat proves my parents wrong. Every emergency I handle demonstrates that I'm capable of working under extreme pressure and making sound medical decisions. I should be in Syria right now treating civilians who have no other access to medical care. My family made sure I'm not. But they couldn't stop me from continuing to pursue humanitarian medicine. They only destroyed one specific deployment. That's my revenge. Reapplying for MSF despite their interference, maintaining my emergency medicine skills despite their sabotage, and proving that their false misconduct allegations couldn't end my humanitarian career. The backup. Physician is saving lives in Syria according to MSF reports. Those patients are receiving care from someone else because my family filed fabricated allegations about my professional competence. My parents claimed I'd caused patient deaths and had drug addiction. When I eventually deploy with MSF, whether to Syria, Yemen, South Sudan, or another crisis zone, their interference will be a painful memory in a humanitarian medicine career. I spent years preparing for conflict zone medicine. My family destroyed my Syria deployment with one fraudulent allegation. But they can't take away my medical training, my emergency skills, or my commitment to providing care where it's most desperately needed. The Syria deployment was my first MSF mission. My family sabotaged it, claiming they were saving my life. But I'm still pursuing the work they tried to prevent, just waiting for the next deployment they hopefully can't destroy. And when I'm eventually treating patients in a field hospital, when my work saves lives in a humanitarian crisis, my family won't be part of that achievement. They made sure of that when they filed false allegations about medical misconduct. Humanitarian medicine involves calculated risks with security protocols. My parents portrayed it as guaranteed death. They tried to force me out of MSF by destroying my biggest opportunity. They failed to end my humanitarian career. They only delayed it. Every emergency I handle, every trauma patient I save, is proof they couldn't stop me from pursuing medicine where it matters most. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me removed from the Eddie Aikau big wave competition I'd waited 7 years for. I'm 25 years old, and 2 months ago I was supposed to compete in the Quicksilver in memory of Eddie Aikau, the most prestigious big wave surfing competition in the world, held only when waves at Waimea Bay reached 20+ feet. I'd been invited as one of 28 surfers selected globally to compete in the Eddie, an honor that represents the pinnacle of big wave surfing. The competition happens so rarely that some years it doesn't run at all due to insufficient wave conditions. Getting invited meant I'd proven myself worthy to surf alongside legends. I've been surfing since I was 7, growing up in Hawaii where my grandfather taught me to read waves and respect the ocean. By 12, I was competing in junior contests. At 16, I started training specifically for big wave surfing, the most dangerous form of the sport where surfers ride waves 30 to 60 feet tall, risking drowning, impact injuries, and being held underwater by multi-ton waves. I spent years building the physical conditioning, mental toughness, and wave knowledge required to survive wipeouts that can feel like being hit by a truck. Big wave surfing is about courage, preparation, and split-second decision-making in conditions that can kill you. I'd spent 7 years chasing swells, building my reputation at breaks like Mavericks, Jaws, and Waimea, earning respect from veteran big wave surfers who recommended me for Eddie invitations. Being selected at 25 meant the surfing community trusted my abilities in the ocean's most dangerous conditions. The Eddie runs on 1 day's notice, when the forecast shows massive North Pacific swells hitting Waimea Bay's reef perfectly. Being invited meant staying ready to fly to Hawaii immediately, keeping my training peaked, and preparing for waves that most surfers will never experience. My parents run a successful insurance company and have always been terrified of my big wave surfing. They wanted me to use my business degree working for their company. My father said big wave surfing was waiting to die for sport. My mother wanted me to pursue safe careers, like sales or management. My younger brother, Dylan, who works for their insurance firm, said my death wish surfing caused the family constant anxiety. I explained that modern big wave surfing involves jet ski rescue teams, inflatable vests, extensive safety protocols, and that I'd trained specifically to survive dangerous situations. They remained convinced I was choosing to drown in giant waves. 3 weeks before the swell forecast predicted eddy-worthy conditions, the competition organizers called. They'd received serious allegations about fraudulent qualification and dangerous, reckless behavior from someone claiming to have witnessed my big wave sessions. The reports alleged I'd faked footage of big wave rides using body doubles, had endangered jet ski rescue teams through reckless decisions, and had lied about my experience level to gain Eddy invitation. The Eddy has absolute standards for invitee legitimacy and safety. The competition honors a legendary waterman who died rescuing others, and they can't risk inviting surfers who endanger rescue teams. My invitation was suspended while they investigated through witnesses, reviewed my surf footage, and verified my qualification credentials. I was devastated. Every wave I'd surfed was real. I'd never endangered rescue teams, and my qualification was legitimate. But the investigation took 3 weeks, requiring the Eddy organizers to contact photographers who'd shot my sessions, interview safety personnel who'd worked my waves, and analyze footage proving I'd actually surfed the breaks I claimed. By the time they cleared me, confirming all footage was real and my qualification legitimate, the swell had arrived. The Eddy ran with the alternate surfer. I watched from shore as 28 surfers competed in 40-foot waves, knowing I should have been out there because my parents had filed false allegations to prevent my participation. When my parents admitted filing the false allegations with the Eddy ICAO organizers, they showed no shame. My father said they'd been preventing me from drowning in a 50-foot wave on live broadcast. My mother said big wave surfing was eventual fatal wipeout, and they'd been saving my life, while also forcing me to abandon surfing for the family insurance business. I asked how they could sabotage the competition I'd waited 7 years to be invited to. My father said those 7 years proved I had a death addiction instead of career focus, and they'd been trying to force reality that big wave surfing would eventually kill me. When I pointed out the Eddy's investigation confirmed my footage was real and my qualification legitimate, my mother said they'd created doubt they hoped would remove my invitation, because watching me surf giant waves was unbearable for them. Dylan admitted he'd helped craft the allegations to sound credible. He said having a sibling risking death in giant waves created family stress, and he'd supported preventing my Eddy participation so I'd finally work a normal job instead of chasing swells. The Eddy organizers' investigation was extensive. They contacted every photographer who'd shot my big wave sessions, verifying I was actually the surfer in the footage. They interviewed jet ski operators who'd provided safety support, confirming I followed protocols and didn't endanger teams. They reviewed GPS tracking data from my sessions, proving I'd surfed the locations and wave sizes I claimed. The investigation confirmed my entire qualification was legitimate: real footage, safe conduct, valid experience. But the swell had arrived. The Eddy ran on the one perfect day, and I watched from the beach as the alternate surfer paddled into waves I'd spent 7 years preparing to ride. I told my parents I was done with them forever. My father said I was proving surfing mattered more to me than family relationships. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from dying at Waimea Bay. Dylan said he understood I was angry, but I should appreciate that they'd been trying to save my life. even if I disagreed with their methods. My big wave mentor, a veteran eddy competitor, was furious when I explained what happened. He'd recommended me for the invitation and had been training with me for years. He wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and confirming my legitimate big wave credentials. Several big wave surfers reached out when word spread in the surfing community. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my eddy opportunity and offered support. One former eddy winner said family members often don't understand that big wave surfing involves calculated risk management, not suicidal recklessness. The alternate who surfed in my place performed well in solid 35-foot conditions. I watched the webcast knowing those waves were meant for me, that I'd trained specifically for eddy-sized Waimea, and that my parents had stolen the opportunity with fabricated allegations. It's been 2 months since my family got me removed from the Eddy Ai Khao. The competition happened in perfect 40-foot conditions, the first eddy in several years. The next one might not run for another 3 to 5 years depending on ocean conditions and swell forecasts. My parents maintain they saved my life. My father sends me articles about big wave surfing deaths and injuries, claiming they prove the sport is too dangerous. My mother said she has 0 regrets about filing false allegations because preventing your eddy participation was worth any consequence. Dylan hasn't apologized, but seems less actively hostile. He said he didn't realize the eddy was that rare and thought there would be other big wave competitions. I'm not speaking to any of them. The Eddy Ai Khao organizers documented that the allegations were malicious family fabrication to protect my reputation. But that doesn't give me back my competition opportunity. I'm still surfing big waves and hoping for another eddy invitation when the competition runs again. But invitations are limited to 28 surfers globally, and getting invited once doesn't guarantee future invitations when organizers consider hundreds of qualified big wave surfers. Some people think I should forgive my parents, since they claim they were trying to save my life. But fear for my safety doesn't justify filing false allegations about fake footage and endangered rescue teams that cost me my eddy opportunity. I'm 25. I'm still chasing big wave swells while hoping for another eddy invitation, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my participation because they think big wave surfing will kill me. Every wave I survive proves my parents wrong. Every big wave session I complete safely demonstrates that my preparation and safety protocols work, that I'm not recklessly courting death. I should have competed in the eddy 2 months ago, surfing 40-foot Waimea Bay alongside the best big wave riders in the world. My family made sure I didn't. But they couldn't stop me from continuing to surf big waves. They only destroyed one irreplaceable opportunity. That's my revenge. Continuing big wave surfing despite their interference, maintaining my skills and reputation despite their sabotage, and proving that their false allegations couldn't end my pursuit of the eddy. The alternate who got my spot performed admirably in challenging conditions. They earned their moment, but it should have been my opportunity to prove myself at the competition I'd spent 7 years working toward. My parents filed false allegations, claiming I faked my qualification. When I eventually compete in the eddy, whenever the next swell arrives in 3, 5, or 7 years, their interference will be a painful memory in a big wave surfing career. I spent 7 years building credentials for eddy invitation. My family destroyed my opportunity with one fraudulent allegation. But they can't take away my big wave skills, my ocean knowledge, or my determination to eventually compete in the eddy. The eddy is the most prestigious big wave competition. My family sabotaged it, claiming they were preventing my death. But I'm still surfing, still training, still waiting for the next eddy call. And when I'm eventually paddling into 40-foot Waimea Bay during the eddy, when I'm surfing waves that honor Eddy Ai Khao's legacy, my family won't be watching from the beach. They made sure of that when they filed false allegations. Big wave surfing involves preparation and risk management. My parents portrayed it as suicide, They tried to force me into insurance work by destroying my biggest surfing opportunity. They failed to end my big wave career. They only cost me one competition. Every wave I ride, every swell I chase is proof they couldn't stop me. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me removed from Olympic figure skating training before nationals. I'm 19 years old, and 6 weeks ago I was supposed to compete at U.S. Figure Skating Nationals, the competition that determines which skaters qualify for the Olympic team. I'd been training for this my entire life, working with elite coaches in Colorado Springs, landing triple axels and quad jumps that only a handful of American women could execute. My coaches believed I had legitimate Olympic potential if I skated clean programs at nationals. I've been skating since I was 4, when my grandmother took me to a public skating session and I refused to leave the ice. By 6, I was training seriously with a competitive coach. At 10, I left regular school for online education so I could train 6 hours daily. My teenage years were spent traveling to competitions, perfecting jumps and spins, working with choreographers and sports psychologists. I'd sacrificed normal adolescence, no school dances, no football games, no typical teenage experiences, for ice time and competition. This season, everything was aligning perfectly. I'd upgraded my technical content to include 2 quad jumps in my free skate, revolutionary for American women's skating. My programs were polished, my jumps were consistent, and my coaches submitted my nationals entry with confidence that I could finish top 3 and make the Olympic team. Making the Olympic team meant everything. 4 years of training cycles, dozens of competitions, hundreds of thousands in coaching fees and ice time costs, all pointing toward this one nationals competition where Olympic dreams would be decided. My parents run a successful construction company and have always resented the money they've spent on my skating. They wanted me to quit after my growth spurt at 15 made jumps harder to land, but I'd fought to continue training. My older brother, Marcus, who works for their company, has been openly hostile about the wasted money on my hobby that won't lead anywhere. 7 weeks before nationals, U.S. Figure Skating called. They'd received credible allegations of performance-enhancing drug use from someone claiming to have insider information. The reports alleged I'd been using banned substances to increase jumping power and training endurance, and that my recent technical improvements were suspiciously rapid and likely drug-assisted. U.S. Figure Skating has zero tolerance for doping. Any allegations trigger immediate testing and investigation. My nationals entry was suspended pending drug testing and review. I was devastated. I'd never used any banned substances. My improvements came from years of dedicated training, better coaching, and natural athletic development. But the testing and investigation took 5 weeks, requiring multiple drug tests, review of my training methods, and verification with anti-doping authorities. By the time I was cleared, all tests negative, no evidence of doping, nationals entries were finalized. The competition happened without me. The Olympic team was selected. 3 women made the team, and I wasn't one of them because my parents had filed false doping allegations to prevent me from competing. When my parents admitted filing the false doping allegations, they showed no shame. My father said they'd been ending the money drain of my skating career by ensuring I couldn't compete at nationals. My mother said they'd invested enough in my skating and wanted me to finally join the family business instead of chasing Olympic fantasies. I asked how they could sabotage the competition I'd trained 15 years for. My father said those 15 years proved skating was a money pit with no return, and they'd been trying to force the end of my competitive career so I'd start contributing to the family business. When I pointed out U.S. Figure Skating's investigation confirmed I'd never used performance-enhancing drugs, and the allegations were completely fabricated, my mother said they'd used whatever method would work to get my nationals entry removed so the financial bleeding of my skating costs would finally stop. Marcus admitted he'd encouraged them to file the doping allegations. He said watching our parents spend hundreds of thousands on my skating while he worked for their company had been infuriating, and he'd supported ending my competitive career so the family money could be invested in the business instead of wasted on jumps. U.S. Figure Skating's investigation was thorough. They tested my blood and urine multiple times looking for banned substances. They reviewed my training logs and competition videos, analyzing whether my improvements were naturally achievable or suspiciously enhanced. They interviewed my coaches about my training methods and supplement use. The investigation confirmed I was completely clean. No performance-enhancing drugs, no banned substances, natural athletic progression. But nationals had happened without me. The 3 Olympic team spots were filled by skaters who'd competed, and I'd missed my only chance to qualify. I told my parents I was done with them forever. My father said I was overreacting and should be grateful they'd ended a money-losing hobby that was never going to provide return on investment. My mother said in a few years I'd realize they'd been protecting the family finances by stopping my expensive skating career. Marcus said the doping allegations were necessary to ensure I couldn't compete at nationals since I wouldn't have quit voluntarily. My figure skating coach was devastated when I explained what happened. She'd trained me for 8 years and believed I could make the Olympic team. She wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and confirming my clean training record and natural athletic abilities. Several elite figure skaters reached out when word spread in the skating community. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my Olympic opportunity and offered support. One former Olympian said family members who view skating as wasteful spending sometimes sabotage careers when athletes get close to success. The 3 skaters who made the Olympic team competed at nationals while I watched from home. One of them fell on both quad attempts and made the team with a lower technical score than I'd been achieving in training. I might have made the team if I'd been allowed to compete. It's been 6 months since my family got me removed from nationals. The Olympics happened. I watched American figure skaters compete knowing I'd been denied the chance to fight for one of those spots. My parents maintained they made a sound financial decision. My father said ending my skating career saved them from throwing away more money on a sport you'd age out of in a few years anyway. My mother said she has no regrets about filing false doping allegations because protecting our finances was more important than your Olympic dreams. Marcus hasn't apologized and seems satisfied with the outcome. He said the construction business is doing better now that money isn't being wasted on ice time and coaching fees. I'm not speaking to any of them. U.S. Figure Skating documented that the doping allegations were malicious family fabrication to protect my athletic record, but that doesn't give me back my Olympic opportunity. I'm currently coaching beginner skaters at a local rink while trying to figure out what to do with my life. The next Olympic cycle is 4 years away. I'd be 23, aging for women's figure skating, and would need to maintain elite-level training I can't afford without family support. My Olympic dream is effectively over. Some people think I should forgive my parents since they claim they were making a financial decision. But financial concerns don't justify filing false doping allegations that destroyed my Olympic qualifying opportunity. I'm 19. I'm coaching children's skating lessons, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my nationals competition because they didn't want to spend more money on my training. Every jump I land while coaching proves my parents wrong. Every skill I demonstrate shows that my abilities were real and natural, not drug-enhanced. I should have competed at nationals 6 months ago. I might have made the Olympic team. My family made sure I didn't get that chance. But they couldn't take away my skating skills. They only destroyed my competitive opportunity. That's my revenge. Continuing to skate despite their interference, teaching the next generation despite their sabotage, and proving that their false doping allegations couldn't erase 15 years of legitimate training. 3 skaters made the Olympic team. I wasn't one of them because my parents filed fabricated allegations claiming I was cheating. When those skaters competed at the Olympics, representing the United States, I watched from home, knowing I'd been denied the chance to fight for that honor because my family prioritized money over my dreams. I spent 15 years training for Olympic-level figure skating. My family destroyed my qualifying opportunity with one fraudulent allegation to save money on coaching fees. But they can't take away the skating skills I developed, the artistry I built, or the knowledge that I was good enough to compete at the highest level. The Olympic opportunity is gone. My family sabotaged it, claiming financial responsibility, but I'm still skating, still coaching, still connected to the sport they tried to force me to abandon. And every student I teach who lands their first jump, every young skater I coach who falls in love with the ice, that's my revenge. Passing on what my family tried to destroy, staying in skating despite their interference. They filed false doping allegations to end my competitive career and stop spending money on my training. They succeeded in destroying my Olympic path. But they can't stop me from remaining in figure skating in whatever capacity I can afford. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me removed from NASA astronaut training 3 days before I was supposed to report. I'm 26 years old, and 3 days ago, I was supposed to report to Johnson Space Center in Houston to begin NASA's 2-year astronaut candidate training program. I'd been selected from over 18,000 applicants to be one of 10 astronaut candidates in NASA's 2024 class, a selection rate of 0.05%. Getting chosen as an astronaut candidate represents the pinnacle of my academic and professional career, the culmination of decisions I'd been making since I was 8 years old. I'd built my entire life around becoming an astronaut. I got my undergraduate degree in aerospace engineering from MIT, a PhD in astrophysics from Stanford, trained as a military pilot in the Air Force, accumulated 2,000 flight hours including combat missions, learned Russian and Mandarin for International Space Station operations, maintained peak physical fitness, and volunteered with STEM education programs. Every choice for 18 years pointed toward one goal: being selected as a NASA astronaut candidate. The selection process took 18 months. Online applications, interviews, medical examinations, psychological evaluations, fitness tests, background checks. NASA evaluates candidates on technical qualifications, operational skills, teamwork abilities, and adaptability to isolated, high-stress environments. Being selected meant I'd beaten 17,990 other qualified applicants who had similar credentials and dreams. My parents and younger sister, Bridget, have always dismissed my astronaut ambitions as childish fantasy. They wanted me to use my degrees for practical careers. My father thought I should work for defense contractors making real money. My mother wanted me to pursue academia where I'd be safe on Earth. And Bridget said my space obsession was embarrassing when her friends asked what her sister did. I explained that being a NASA astronaut is the most elite career in aerospace, that astronauts conduct critical research, and that I'd trained my entire adult life for this opportunity. They remained convinced I was pursuing an unrealistic dream. Last week, 4 days before I was supposed to report to Houston, NASA's Astronaut Selection Office called. They'd received credible allegations about my psychological fitness from people claiming to be family members. The reports alleged I had delusional tendencies about space travel, obsessive behavior patterns, and reality detachment issues that made me unsuitable for the isolated, high-stress environment of space missions. NASA's astronaut program requires absolute psychological stability. Any concerns about mental fitness trigger immediate review. My candidacy was suspended while they investigated these allegations, requiring additional psychiatric evaluations beyond the extensive testing I'd already passed. The investigation took 6 days. By the time NASA cleared me, confirming I had 0 psychological issues and the allegations were fabricated, my 2024 astronaut candidate class had already begun training without me. my spot was gone. My parents admitted they'd filed the false psychiatric allegations with NASA, hoping the agency would disqualify me and I'd finally pursue a normal career instead of chasing childhood space dreams. When my parents admitted filing false psychological allegations with NASA, they were completely unrepentant. My father said they'd been saving me from wasting years on an impossible career, since most astronaut candidates never actually go to space. My mother said astronaut training was dangerous, and they'd been protecting me while also forcing me to face reality about choosing a more conventional path. I asked how they could sabotage the achievement I'd spent 18 years working toward. My father said those 18 years proved their point. I'd obsessed over space instead of building sustainable career options, and they'd been trying to snap me out of the delusion before I wasted more time. When I pointed out NASA had thoroughly investigated and confirmed the allegations were completely fabricated, my mother said they'd exaggerated concerns to ensure NASA took them seriously. She claimed she'd been genuinely worried about my mental state given my single-minded focus on becoming an astronaut since childhood. Bridget admitted she'd helped them draft the allegations to sound medically credible. She said having a sister in NASA's astronaut program would create impossible comparisons with her own career in marketing, and she'd supported preventing my candidacy so she wouldn't have to live in your shadow as the sister who went to space. NASA's investigation was intensive and humiliating. Psychiatrists who'd already cleared me during the selection process had to reevaluate me. They reviewed my entire psychological history, looking for evidence of delusional thinking or obsessive behavior patterns. They interviewed my Air Force commanders, PhD advisors, and former colleagues searching for any sign the family allegations had merit. The evaluation confirmed I was psychologically healthy, with no issues that would prevent astronaut training. But the 2024 astronaut candidate class had started without me. 10 people were beginning 2 years of training in spacewalking, robotics, International Space Station systems, Russian language, geology, and mission operations. I should have been the 11th person in that class. I told my parents I was done with them forever. My father said I was overreacting and proving that space meant more to me than family. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from wasting my prime career years on astronaut training. Bridget said she understood I was angry, but I should appreciate that they'd tried to save me from myself, even if I disagreed with their methods. My Air Force squadron commander was furious when I explained what happened. He'd written one of my astronaut application recommendation letters and had been proud to have a former pilot selected for NASA. He wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference. Several current and former astronauts reached out when word spread in the aerospace community about what happened. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my spot in the astronaut candidate class and offered support. One active astronaut said family members who don't understand the rigor and prestige of NASA selection often dismiss it as fantasy without recognizing the professional achievement it represents. NASA's astronaut selection office was sympathetic but firm. The 2024 class was full and in training. I could reapply for the next selection cycle, but that wouldn't begin for another 3 to 4 years, and there was no guarantee I'd be selected again, given the competition. It's been 3 months since my family got my NASA astronaut candidacy revoked. The 2024 astronaut candidate class is progressing through training. I follow their updates on NASA's website, seeing photos of them in spacesuits, practicing spacewalks in the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, training on ISS mock-ups. That should have been me. My parents maintain they saved me from a fantasy career. My father sent me job listings for aerospace engineering positions at defense contractors, claiming it's not too late to choose real work that pays well. My mother said she's relieved I'm not doing astronaut training because the risks of space travel would have worried her constantly. Bridget hasn't apologized but seems to regret the extent of the sabotage. She said she didn't realize being an astronaut candidate was that big a deal and thought there would be other chances, not understanding that NASA selects new classes only every few years, and getting selected once doesn't guarantee future selection. I'm not speaking to any of them. NASA documented in their records that the psychological allegations were unfounded family interference to protect my reputation, but that doesn't give me back my spot in the 2024 class. I'm working as an aerospace consultant while waiting for the next astronaut selection cycle to open, probably in 2027 or 2028. I'll be 30 or 31 by then, still within NASA's age range, but competing against a new pool of accomplished applicants. There's no guarantee I'll be selected again. Some people think I should forgive my parents since they claim they were worried about my well-being. But concern doesn't justify filing false psychiatric allegations that got me removed from the most elite training program in aerospace. I'm 26. I'm waiting 3-4 years to reapply for NASA's astronaut program, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my selection because they think wanting to be an astronaut is childish. Every day I maintain my qualifications proves my parents wrong. Every flight hour I log, every technical skill I develop demonstrates that my dream was never delusional. It was a carefully planned career path they destroyed with false allegations. I should be in Houston right now learning to conduct spacewalks. My family made sure I'm not. But they couldn't stop me from reapplying. They only delayed my astronaut career by several years. That's my revenge. Staying qualified for NASA despite their interference, maintaining my readiness despite their sabotage, and proving that their false psychiatric allegations couldn't permanently destroy my astronaut candidacy. The 2024 astronaut candidate class will graduate in 2026 and begin mission assignments. Some will fly to the International Space Station. Some will be part of the Artemis Moon program. That could have been my class, my missions, my chance to go to space. My parents filed false allegations claiming I was delusional about space travel. When I'm eventually selected again and fly to the International Space Station or walk on the moon, their interference will be a painful footnote in a successful astronaut career. I spent 18 years preparing for NASA selection. My family destroyed it in one phone call. But they can't take away my qualifications, my training, or my determination to try again. The next astronaut selection will open in a few years. I'll apply again. And if I'm selected, my family won't be invited to the graduation ceremony when I earn my astronaut wings. They made sure of that when they filed false psychiatric reports claiming I was mentally unfit for space. 18 years of preparation. One family phone call. 3 months of dealing with the aftermath. But I'm still here, still qualified, still dreaming of space. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me removed from my war correspondent assignment before I could deploy to Ukraine. I'm 24 years old, and 3 weeks ago I was supposed to deploy to Ukraine as an embedded photojournalist, covering the ongoing conflict for the Associated Press. I'd been selected for the assignment after a rigorous vetting process, portfolio review, security training, hostile environment course completion, psychological evaluation, and interviews with senior editors. Getting chosen to cover an active conflict zone at 24 meant AP trusted my skills and judgment enough to send me into one of the world's most dangerous reporting environments. I've been pursuing photojournalism since high school, when my journalism teacher showed us war photography from conflict zones and explained how photojournalists document history as it happens. I studied journalism and political science in college, interned at regional newspapers, covered protests and civil unrest, took every dangerous assignment editors would give me. I completed wilderness first responder training, learned basic trauma medicine, took hostile environment courses teaching me how to work safely in conflict zones. After college, I worked for wire services covering breaking news, natural disasters, political conflicts, refugee crises. I built a portfolio showing I could stay calm under pressure, capture compelling images in chaotic situations, and make sound safety decisions. When AP posted an opening for photojournalists willing to deploy to Ukraine, I applied with my strongest work: images from covering border conflicts, political upheaval, and humanitarian crises. AP selected me from over 400 applicants. The assignment was 6 months embedded with Ukrainian military units, documenting frontline conditions and the human impact of war. The images would appear in newspapers worldwide, potentially winning awards and establishing my reputation as a conflict photojournalist. My parents and younger sister, Kelsey, have always been horrified by my photojournalism career. They wanted me to use my journalism degree for safe work, like corporate communications or marketing. My father, who works in public relations, said war photography was suicidal risk-taking masquerading as career ambition. My mother wanted me to cover normal news, like local politics or business. Kelsey said my obsession with dangerous assignments terrified the family. I explained that conflict photojournalism is crucial for documenting human rights abuses, that AP wouldn't send me without extensive training, and that I'd prepared specifically for this kind of work. They remained convinced I was choosing to get killed in Ukraine. 4 weeks before my deployment, AP's security coordinator called. They'd received credible mental health and trauma concerns about me from people claiming to be family members. The reports alleged I had undiagnosed PTSD from previous assignments, suicidal ideation masked as professional ambition, and reckless behavior patterns that made me unsuitable for conflict zone deployment. AP's insurance and duty of care policies require thorough vetting of mental health concerns before deploying journalists to war zones. My assignment was suspended while they arranged emergency psychiatric evaluation beyond the screening I'd already passed. I was devastated. I had no PTSD, no suicidal thoughts, no reckless tendencies. I'd passed AP's own psychological evaluation during the selection process. But the investigation took 3 weeks, requiring multiple psychiatric appointments, trauma assessments, and reviews of my previous assignments looking for evidence of the alleged issues. By the time AP cleared me, confirming I was psychologically fit for deployment, they'd already sent the backup photojournalist who'd been next in line. My Ukraine assignment was gone because my family had filed false mental health allegations, claiming I was suicidal and traumatized. When my parents admitted filing false mental health allegations with the Associated Press, they were completely defiant. My father said they'd been saving my life by preventing me from getting killed in Ukraine for photographs. My mother said war correspondence was glorified suicide, and they'd been protecting me while also forcing me to choose safer journalism. I asked how they could sabotage the assignment I'd competed against 400 journalists to win. My father said that level of competition proved conflict photojournalism was desperate people chasing death, and they'd been trying to snap me back to reality before I deployed to an active war zone. When I pointed out AP's evaluation confirmed I had no PTSD, suicidal thoughts, or psychological issues, my mother said they'd exaggerated concerns based on genuine worry about my safety. She claimed she'd seen me distant and troubled after covering difficult assignments and had been genuinely convinced I was traumatized, though I'd never shown signs of PTSD. Kelsey admitted she'd begged them to file the allegations. She said knowing I was deploying to Ukraine had given her panic attacks, and she'd supported preventing my assignment because she couldn't handle worrying about me getting killed every day. AP's investigation was invasive and humiliating. Psychiatrists who'd already cleared me had to reevaluate me specifically for PTSD and suicidal ideation. They interviewed my previous editors looking for evidence of reckless decision-making. They reviewed therapy notes from sessions I'd attended after covering a particularly difficult refugee crisis story, analyzing them for signs of trauma I'd been concealing. The evaluation confirmed I was mentally healthy, with appropriate coping mechanisms for the stress of difficult assignments. But the Ukraine deployment had moved forward without me. The backup photojournalist had completed security briefings, received equipment, and was already in Poland, preparing to enter Ukraine. I told my parents I was done with them forever. My father said I was overreacting and proving that war photography mattered more to me than family concerns for my safety. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from dying in Ukraine. Kelsey said she understood I was angry, but she'd rather have a living sister who hates me than a dead sister who deployed to a war zone. My photojournalism mentor, a veteran conflict photographer, was furious when I explained what happened. He'd worked in war zones for 30 years and had written one of my AP recommendation letters. He wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and supporting my mental fitness and professional competence. Several conflict photojournalists reached out when word spread in the journalism community. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my Ukraine assignment and offered support. One photographer who'd covered Syria said, "Family members who don't understand conflict journalism often see all war zone work as suicidal without recognizing the extensive training and safety protocols professionals follow." The backup photojournalist who got my assignment posted on social media from Ukraine. I couldn't look at their photos from the front lines. Seeing someone else document the war I'd prepared to cover, capturing images in locations I'd researched, doing the work I'd trained for. It's been 3 months since my family got my Ukraine assignment canceled. The photojournalist who replaced me has filed powerful images from the conflict, photos that have appeared on front pages worldwide, exactly the kind of work that launches conflict photography careers. My parents maintain they saved my life. My father sends me articles about journalists killed in Ukraine, claiming they prove war correspondence is too dangerous. My mother said she's relieved and has no regrets about filing the false allegations because I'm alive and safe. Kelsey has stopped justifying the sabotage, but hasn't apologized. She said she still thinks I shouldn't work in war zones, but feels kind of bad about how they got my assignment canceled. I'm not speaking to any of them. The Associated Press documented that the mental health allegations were unfounded family interference to protect my professional record. But that doesn't give me back my Ukraine assignment. I'm currently covering domestic news, political rallies, protests, local conflicts, while hoping for another international assignment. But conflict zone postings are rare and highly competitive. Getting selected once doesn't guarantee future opportunities when AP has hundreds of qualified photojournalists competing for dangerous assignments. Some people think I should forgive my family since they claim they were trying to save my life. But concern for my safety doesn't justify filing false allegations about PTSD and suicidal ideation. That got me removed from the most important assignment of my career. I'm 24. I'm covering domestic news while waiting for another conflict zone opportunity, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my war correspondent career because they think photojournalism in Ukraine is suicidal. Every photo I take proves my parents wrong. Every difficult assignment I cover demonstrates that I make sound safety decisions and handle the stress of journalism appropriately. I should be in Ukraine right now documenting the war for the Associated Press. My family made sure I'm not, but they couldn't stop me from continuing to pursue conflict photojournalism. They only destroyed one specific assignment. That's my revenge, continuing to cover difficult stories despite their interference, pursuing international assignments despite their sabotage, and proving that their false mental health allegations couldn't end my career as a conflict photojournalist. The backup photographer is doing excellent work in Ukraine, according to AP editors. Their images have won awards and established their reputation. That should have been my career-launching assignment. My parents filed false allegations claiming I was suicidal and traumatized. When my work eventually appears from conflict zones, whether Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, or other war-torn regions, their interference will be a painful footnote in my photojournalism career. I've spent years training for dangerous assignments. My family destroyed my Ukraine deployment with one fraudulent phone call. But they can't take away my skills, my courage, or my commitment to documenting conflicts the world needs to see. The Ukraine assignment was my breakthrough opportunity. My family sabotaged it, claiming they were saving my life, but I'm still pursuing the work they tried to prevent, just waiting for the next opportunity they can't destroy. And when I'm eventually deployed to document another conflict, when my images appear on front pages, showing the human cost of war, my family won't celebrate that achievement. They made sure of that when they filed false PTSD allegations. Conflict photojournalism involves calculated risks with extensive safety protocols. My parents portrayed it as a suicide mission. They tried to force me out of dangerous assignments by destroying my biggest opportunity. They failed to end my career. They only delayed it. Every assignment I cover, every difficult story I document, is proof they couldn't stop me. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me removed from Antarctic research before I could deploy to McMurdo Station. I'm 23 years old, and 4 weeks ago, I was supposed to fly to Antarctica to spend 15 months as a marine biologist studying penguin colonies at McMurdo Station for the National Science Foundation. I'd been selected from over 800 applicants for the research position, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to conduct fieldwork in one of the world's most extreme environments, collecting data that would contribute to understanding climate change impacts on Antarctic ecosystems. I've been obsessed with Antarctic research since I was 10, when I read about scientists living on the ice studying penguins and seals. I majored in marine biology, focused all my undergraduate research on cold water ecosystems, learned survival skills for extreme environments, and volunteered on research vessels in Alaska and the Arctic. I wrote my senior thesis on Adelie penguin population dynamics and climate adaptation, work that caught the attention of NSF researchers who encouraged me to apply for the Antarctic program. The selection process took 8 months: research proposals, interviews with principal investigators, medical screenings, psychological evaluations for isolated living, dental clearances — you can't have dental emergencies in Antarctica — and cold weather training. Being selected meant I'd join a team studying how warming ocean temperatures affect penguin breeding success, spending months living at a research station where temperatures drop to minus 50 degrees Fahrenheit and the sun doesn't rise for months during winter. My parents and older brother Derek have always thought my Antarctic obsession was absurd. They wanted me to use my biology degree for normal careers like pharmaceutical research or genetic counseling. My father said living in Antarctica for 15 months was extreme isolation for marginal research. My mother wanted me to pursue medical school. Derek, a corporate lawyer, said my penguin fixation was preventing me from serious career development. I explained that Antarctic research positions are extraordinarily competitive, that my data would contribute to critical climate science, and that NSF fellowships launch careers in marine biology and conservation. They remained convinced I was choosing isolation and penguins over real opportunities. 5 weeks before my deployment, the NSF's Antarctic program coordinator called. They'd received serious psychological and medical concerns about my fitness for extreme isolation from people claiming to be family members. The reports alleged I had undiagnosed social anxiety disorders, depression unsuitable for prolonged darkness, and previous mental health hospitalizations I'd concealed that made me dangerous to myself and others in Antarctica's isolated environment. NSF's Antarctic program has absolute standards for psychological fitness. You can't evacuate people mid-winter from McMurdo Station, so anyone showing mental health red flags gets removed from deployment. My position was suspended while they arranged comprehensive psychiatric evaluation beyond the screening I'd already passed. I was shocked. I had no anxiety disorders, no depression, had never been hospitalized for mental health issues. I'd already passed NSF's rigorous psychological screening specifically designed to identify people unsuited for Antarctic isolation. But the investigation took 4 weeks, requiring multiple psychiatric evaluations, personality assessments, and reviews of my medical history, searching for the alleged concealed hospitalizations. By the time NSF cleared me, confirming the allegations were completely fabricated, the deployment window had closed. Antarctica has strict seasonal windows for personnel transport, and my research team had already deployed with the backup biologist. My 15-month position studying penguin colonies was gone because my family had filed false mental health allegations claiming I was psychologically unfit for isolation. When my parents admitted filing false psychological allegations with the National Science Foundation, they showed zero remorse. My father said they'd been preventing me from having a mental breakdown in the most isolated place on Earth. My mother said 15 months in Antarctica, with months of darkness and extreme cold, would destroy my mental health, and they'd been saving me while also forcing me to choose a normal career. I asked how they could sabotage the position I'd competed against 800 applicants to win. My father said that level of competition for living on ice studying birds proved Antarctic research was niche work with no career value, and they'd been trying to redirect me toward practical biology before I wasted 15 months in isolation. When I pointed out NSF's evaluation confirmed I had no mental health issues, and the hospitalization claims were fabricated, my mother said they'd created concerns they thought NSF should investigate, based on their belief that anyone willing to live in Antarctica must have underlying psychological problems. She claimed my enthusiasm for extreme environments was itself evidence of mental instability. Derek admitted he'd researched how to file convincing mental health allegations. He said having a sister who lived with penguins in Antarctica would be impossible to explain to his law firm colleagues, and he'd supported preventing my deployment so I'd pursue respectable biology careers, like working for biotech companies. NSF's investigation was thorough and invasive. Psychiatrists who'd already cleared me specifically for isolated environments had to reevaluate me. They interviewed my undergraduate advisors looking for signs of social anxiety or depression I'd concealed. They contacted my university health services, searching for the hospitalization records my family claimed existed. The evaluation confirmed I was psychologically healthy with personality traits ideal for isolated research, self-sufficient, comfortable with solitude, emotionally stable under stress. But my research team had deployed without me. The backup marine biologist was already at McMurdo Station, beginning the penguin colony work I'd designed. I told my parents I was cutting them off completely. My father said I was overreacting and proving that penguins mattered more to me than family mental health concerns. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from losing my mind in perpetual Antarctic darkness. Derek said he understood I was angry, but I should appreciate that they'd been thinking about my well-being, even if I disagreed with their assessment that Antarctica would harm me. My marine biology advisor was appalled when I explained what happened. She'd supervised my thesis research and had written one of my NSF recommendation letters. She wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and supporting my psychological fitness for Antarctic fieldwork. Several Antarctic researchers reached out when word spread in the polar science community. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my McMurdo position and offered support. One marine biologist who'd spent 3 Antarctic seasons studying seals said family members often don't understand that isolation in Antarctica is carefully managed with psychological support systems, and that researchers are thoroughly vetted. The backup biologist who got my position posted photos from McMurdo Station, images of the research station, penguin colonies, the vast ice landscapes I'd prepared to study. I couldn't look at their fieldwork updates showing them conducting the research I'd designed, collecting the data that should have been mine. It's been 5 months since my family got my Antarctic research position canceled. The research team is halfway through their 15-month deployment, collecting penguin breeding data during the Antarctic summer that will contribute to climate change publications. My parents maintain they saved me from psychological damage. My father sends me articles about isolation studies and mental health challenges in extreme environments, claiming they prove Antarctica is too psychologically demanding. My mother said she has no regrets about filing false allegations because preventing your deployment was worth any consequences. Derek hasn't apologized, but seems uncomfortable with the extent of the sabotage. He said he didn't realize Antarctic positions were that competitive and thought there would be other research opportunities, not understanding that NSF Antarctic positions are rare, and getting selected once doesn't guarantee future opportunities. I'm not speaking to any of them. The National Science Foundation documented that the mental health allegations were malicious family fabrication to protect my professional record, but that doesn't give me back my research position. I'm currently working as a lab technician, studying marine samples while applying for other fieldwork positions. But Antarctic research opportunities are extraordinarily rare. The next NSF recruitment cycle won't open for 2 years, and I'll be competing against hundreds of new applicants with no guarantee of selection. Some people think I should forgive my family since they claim they were worried about my mental health in isolation. But concern doesn't justify filing false allegations about anxiety disorders and fabricated hospitalizations that destroyed the most prestigious research opportunity in polar biology. I'm 23. I'm working in a lab while waiting for another Antarctic opportunity, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my deployment because they think studying penguins in Antarctica is evidence of mental instability. Every research sample I process proves my parents wrong. Every data analysis I complete demonstrates that my work is scientifically valuable, regardless of their dismissal. I should be at McMurdo Station right now studying Adelie penguin colonies, collecting climate data, living the research life I'd prepared for. My family made sure I'm not. But they couldn't stop me from continuing to pursue marine biology. They only destroyed one irreplaceable opportunity. That's my revenge. Continuing polar research despite their interference, maintaining my qualifications despite their sabotage, and proving that their false mental health allegations couldn't end my career in Antarctic science. The backup biologist is conducting excellent research, according to NSF reports. Their penguin colony data will contribute to important climate publications. That should have been my research, my data, my contribution to understanding Antarctic ecosystems. My parents filed false allegations claiming I had concealed mental health hospitalizations. When I eventually deployed to Antarctica, whether in 2 years or 5, whether to McMurdo or another station, their interference will be a painful memory in a successful polar biology career. I spent years preparing for extreme environment research. My family destroyed my Antarctic deployment with one fraudulent phone call. But they can't take away my scientific training, my passion for polar ecosystems, or my determination to return to the application process. The McMurdo position was my dream opportunity. My family sabotaged it, claiming they were protecting my mental health. But I'm still pursuing the career they tried to prevent, just waiting for the next Antarctic opportunity they hopefully can't destroy. And when I'm eventually deployed to study penguin colonies in Antarctica, when my research contributes to climate science publications, my family won't celebrate that achievement. They made sure of that when they filed false psychological allegations. Antarctic research involves isolation with extensive support systems. My parents portrayed it as guaranteed mental breakdown. They tried to force me out of polar biology by destroying my biggest opportunity. They failed to end my career. They only delayed it by years. Every sample I analyze, every data point I collect, is proof they couldn't stop me from pursuing Antarctic science. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me fired from the Vienna Philharmonic before my first rehearsal. I'm 23 years old, and 5 days ago, I was supposed to begin my position as second chair violin with the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra, one of the world's most prestigious orchestras, and the opportunity every classical musician dreams of. I'd won my position through a rigorous blind audition process where I competed against 200 violinists from around the world, playing behind a screen so the judges evaluated only my musical ability, not my age, gender, or appearance. I've been playing violin since age 4, when my grandmother gave me a quarter-size instrument and arranged lessons with a conservatory teacher. By age 7, I was practicing 3 hours daily. At 12, I was accepted to a pre-college conservatory program. I spent my teenage years traveling to competitions, winning youth orchestra concerto competitions, and preparing for a professional career. I attended Juilliard for my undergraduate degree, then pursued a performance certificate in Germany. Winning a chair in a major orchestra is extraordinarily competitive. Hundreds of qualified musicians audition for each opening, and positions rarely become available. The Vienna Philharmonic is especially prestigious, known for musical excellence and a tradition dating back to 1842. Being selected at 23 meant I'd beaten violinists with decades more experience. My parents and older brother Marcus have never supported my violin career. They wanted me to pursue stable professional work, like my brother, who's a dentist. My father said classical music was a dying field with no job security. My mother wanted me to use my intelligence for medicine or law. Marcus said spending my childhood practicing violin instead of developing social skills had made me unmarketable for normal careers. I explained that winning a position in the Vienna Philharmonic meant guaranteed employment, international prestige, and the ability to perform at the highest level of classical music. They remained convinced I was wasting my potential. 1 week before I was supposed to relocate to Vienna, the orchestra's personnel manager called. They'd received credible medical concerns about my ability to perform from someone claiming to be my family doctor. The reports alleged I had severe tendinitis and nerve damage in my left hand that I'd been concealing, and that performing at professional orchestra level would cause permanent injury, requiring the orchestra to replace me mid-season. The Vienna Philharmonic requires all musicians to pass medical examinations verifying they can meet performance demands. Any allegations about concealed injuries trigger immediate investigation. My position was suspended while they arranged independent medical evaluation. I was devastated. I had no tendinitis, no nerve damage, no injuries whatsoever. I'd passed the orchestra's own medical screening during the audition process, but the evaluation took 5 days, requiring appointments with hand specialists and neurologists to conclusively disprove the allegations. By the time the doctors cleared me, confirming I had perfectly healthy hands with no injuries, the orchestra's season had started. They'd called in the substitute violinist who'd placed second in auditions. My position was given to someone else because my parents had filed false medical reports claiming I had career-ending hand injuries. When my parents admitted filing false medical reports with the Vienna Philharmonic, they showed no shame. My father said they'd been preventing me from moving to Europe for a career with no future. My mother said orchestra positions are unstable, and they'd been trying to force me to reconsider before I relocated internationally for what they considered an impractical job. I asked how they could sabotage the position I'd won through blind audition against 200 competitors. My father said winning the audition proved I was talented enough for better careers, like medicine, and they'd been trying to redirect my potential before I committed to orchestral work. When I pointed out the medical evaluation confirmed I had 0 injuries and the reports were completely fabricated, my mother said they'd exaggerated concerns about my practice intensity to make sure the orchestra took them seriously. She claimed she'd heard me complaining about hand soreness after practicing and had been genuinely worried I'd injure myself, though I'd never mentioned any pain. Marcus admitted he'd helped them research how to file convincing medical allegations. He said, Having a sister in a European orchestra meant I'd be unavailable for family and living an impractical artistic lifestyle. So he'd supported preventing my relocation to Vienna. The Vienna Philharmonic investigated thoroughly. Once they confirmed I had no hand injuries and the medical reports were falsely filed by family members opposed to my career, they were sympathetic but firm. They'd already begun the season with my substitute, who'd signed a contract and relocated to Vienna. Replacing them now would create legal and scheduling complications. They offered me consideration for future openings, but orchestra positions are rare. Vacancies might not occur for years, and I'd be competing against hundreds of new applicants with no guarantee of winning another audition. I told my parents I was cutting them off completely. My father said I was overreacting and proving that music mattered more to me than family. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from wasting my 20s in an orchestra. Marcus said he understood I was angry, but I should appreciate that they'd been trying to save my career from what they saw as a bad decision. My Juilliard violin professor was appalled when I explained what happened. She'd mentored me for 4 years and had been thrilled about my Vienna Philharmonic position. She wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and supporting my musical abilities. Several professional orchestra musicians reached out when word spread in the classical music community. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me a Vienna Philharmonic position and offered support. One violinist who plays in the Berlin Philharmonic said family members who don't understand classical music often dismiss orchestra careers without recognizing the prestige and security they provide. The substitute violinist who got my position posted on social media about joining the Vienna Philharmonic. I couldn't bear to look. Seeing someone else perform in the orchestra I'd won my way into, sitting in the chair I'd earned through blind audition. It's been 4 months since my family got me removed from the Vienna Philharmonic. The orchestra season is progressing. I see performance announcements featuring musicians who should have been my colleagues, concerts I should have been performing in. My parents maintain they saved me from a mistake. My father sends me information about medical school programs, claiming it's not too late to pursue a real profession. My mother said she's relieved I'm not in Vienna because European orchestra positions don't pay well compared to American professional careers. Marcus hasn't apologized, but seems to have backed off from active sabotage. He said he accepts I'm pursuing music, but still thinks orchestra work is limiting compared to other career options. I'm not speaking to any of them. The Vienna Philharmonic documented that the medical allegations were unfounded family interference to protect my reputation, but that doesn't give me back my position. I'm currently freelancing with regional orchestras in the US and teaching private students while auditioning for other positions. But openings at major orchestras are rare. I might wait years for another opportunity like Vienna. And there's no guarantee I'll win future auditions against hundreds of competitors. Some people think I should forgive my parents since they claim they were worried about my career stability. But worry doesn't justify filing false medical reports about hand injuries that got me removed from the Vienna Philharmonic before my first rehearsal. I'm 23. I'm freelancing and teaching while auditioning for orchestra positions, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my Vienna Philharmonic career because they think classical music is impractical. Every audition I take proves my parents wrong. Every performance demonstrates that my violin career is legitimate and valuable, regardless of their dismissal. I should be in Vienna right now performing Mahler symphonies and Mozart concertos with one of the world's finest orchestras. My family made sure I'm not. But they couldn't stop me from continuing to pursue orchestral work. They only destroyed one specific opportunity. That's my revenge. Continuing to audition despite their interference, maintaining my performance level despite their sabotage, and proving that their false medical allegations couldn't end my professional violin career. The substitute who got my Vienna position is performing well according to reviews. I'm glad the orchestra has a strong second chair, but I'll always know I won that position through blind audition and lost it through family interference. My grandmother, who gave me my first violin and encouraged my talent, died 2 years ago. She would have been devastated to know my parents sabotaged my Vienna Philharmonic position. She understood that orchestral work represents the pinnacle of classical music performance. When I eventually win another position with a major orchestra, whether it's in Europe or America, whether it's in 2 years or 10, my family won't be invited to my debut concert. They made sure of that when they filed false medical reports. 1. Won my Vienna Philharmonic position fairly through talent and years of dedicated practice. My parents took it away with one fraudulent phone call. But they can't take away my ability, my training, or my determination to keep auditioning until I win another position. The Vienna Philharmonic was my dream. My family destroyed it. But I'm still playing violin, still performing, still pursuing orchestral work. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me fired from Marvel Studios before I could start filming as a stunt double. I'm 24 years old, and 3 weeks ago I was supposed to begin filming in Atlanta as the principal stunt double for the lead character in the next Captain America movie. I'd been hired after a 6-month audition process, physical skills demonstration in martial arts and parkour, wire work assessment, precision driving tests, chemistry reads with the lead actor, and extensive safety certifications confirming I could execute complex stunts for a $250 million production, where every stunt is filmed by multiple cameras and analyzed frame by frame by millions of fans. I've been training in stunt work since I was 13, when I started combining my gymnastics background with martial arts and parkour to prepare for exactly this kind of career. I spent my teenage years learning fight choreography, high falls, wire work, and precision driving. At 18, I moved to Los Angeles to train at a professional stunt school while working as a stunt performer on smaller productions. By 20, I was doing stunt work on TV shows and lower-budget films, building a reel showing I could execute complex action sequences safely and convincingly. Marvel stunt work represents the absolute pinnacle of the profession, the highest budgets, the most complex choreography, cutting-edge wire and CGI integration, and the exposure that launches stunt careers. Lead character stunt doubles appear in most of the action sequences and work closely with A-list actors. Being hired at 24 meant Marvel trusted my skills enough to put me in their flagship franchise. My assignment was 4 months filming Captain America's action sequences, hand-to-hand combat, parkour chase scenes, wire-rigged flying sequences, car stunts, and falls. The work would appear in a film seen by hundreds of millions globally. My parents and older sister Ashley have always hated my stunt career. They wanted me to use my athletic abilities for legitimate sports or coaching. My father, a college football coach, said stunt work was glorified crashing for movies. My mother wanted me to pursue physical therapy or athletic training. Ashley, a personal trainer, said my obsession with dangerous stunts was going to get me killed for entertainment. I explained that Marvel stunt performers are among the most highly trained professionals in the industry, that safety is paramount, and that I'd spent 11 years preparing for this level of work. They remained convinced I was choosing to get injured or killed doing stunts. 4 weeks before filming started, Marvel's stunt coordinator called. They'd received credible allegations about reckless behavior and previous serious injuries from people claiming to be former colleagues. The reports alleged I'd been hospitalized for a spinal injury I'd concealed, had violated safety protocols on previous productions endangering others, and had been blacklisted by stunt coordinators for reckless behavior. Marvel has absolute standards for stunt safety. Insurance won't cover performers with concealed injuries or safety violations, and productions can't risk lawsuits from reckless stunt work. My contract was suspended while they investigated through industry contacts, medical records, and my previous employers. I was shocked. I'd never had a spinal injury, never violated safety protocols, and wasn't blacklisted by anyone. I had an excellent professional reputation. But the investigation took 3 weeks, requiring my previous stunt coordinators to provide detailed references, medical records review, and verification with the Stunt Performers Union. By the time Marvel cleared me, filming had started with my backup. My 4-month contract as Captain America's stunt double was gone because my family had filed false allegations claiming I was reckless and injured. When my parents admitted filing false allegations with Marvel Studios, they were defiant. My father said they'd been preventing me from breaking my spine doing movie stunts. My mother said stunt performing for a superhero movie was inevitable catastrophic injury, and they'd been saving my life while also forcing me to choose a real athletic career like coaching. I asked how they could sabotage the contract I'd spent 11 years working toward. My father said those 11 years proved I was addicted to adrenaline and danger, instead of using my athleticism productively, and they'd been trying to intervene before I started a Marvel production. When I pointed out Marvel's investigation confirmed I had no spinal injury, no safety violations, and wasn't blacklisted, my mother said they'd created allegations they thought Marvel should investigate, based on their belief that anyone doing movie stunts must be dangerously reckless. She claimed she'd seen me come home sore from stunt work and had assumed I was hiding serious injuries. Ashley admitted she'd helped research how to file convincing safety allegations. She said having a sister who does stunts for Marvel movies created impossible comparisons with her personal training career, and she'd supported preventing my contract so I'd use my athletic skills for normal work like coaching or training. Marvel's investigation was extensive. They contacted every stunt coordinator I'd worked with, looking for evidence of safety violations. They reviewed production incident reports, searching for accidents I'd caused. They required complete medical records to disprove the claimed spinal injury. The process was humiliating and invasive. The investigation confirmed my professional record was impeccable. No violations, no injuries, excellent safety reputation. But filming had started. The backup stunt performer had signed my contract and was already working with the lead actor on fight choreography. I told my parents I was done with them forever. My father said I was overreacting and proving that movie stunts mattered more to me than family safety concerns. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from becoming paralyzed doing Captain America stunts. Ashley said she understood I was angry, but I should appreciate that they'd been trying to save my spine and my life. My stunt training instructor was furious when I explained what happened. He'd trained me for 8 years and had connected me with the Marvel opportunity. He wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and confirming my excellent safety record and professional reputation. Several stunt performers reached out when word spread in the industry. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me a Marvel contract and offered support. One stunt coordinator who'd worked on 5 Marvel films said family members often don't understand that professional stunt work involves meticulous safety planning and that performers aren't recklessly endangering themselves. The backup performer who got my contract posted, carefully, without production details, about working on a major superhero film. I couldn't look at stunt community discussions about the Captain America production, knowing someone else was performing the sequences I'd choreographed in my audition. It's been 4 months since my family got my Marvel contract canceled. The Captain America movie is in post-production, and the stunt performer who replaced me executed the action sequences I trained 11 years to do. My parents maintain they saved me from paralysis. My father sends me articles about stunt performers who've been seriously injured, claiming they prove stunt work is too dangerous. My mother said she has 0 regrets about filing false allegations because keeping you safe was worth destroying your Marvel opportunity. Ashley hasn't apologized, but seems uncomfortable with how far the sabotage went. She said she didn't realize Marvel contracts were that hard to get, and thought there would be other stunt opportunities. I'm not speaking to any of them. Marvel Studios documented that the injury and safety allegations were malicious fabrication by family members to protect my professional reputation. But that doesn't give me back my contract. I'm currently doing stunt work on TV shows and smaller films while hoping for another major production opportunity. But Marvel contracts are extraordinarily rare and competitive. They might not hire me again even though I was cleared because family interference raises red flags about potential production disruptions. Some people think I should forgive my family since they claim they were worried about my safety. But concern doesn't justify filing false allegations about spinal injuries and safety violations that destroyed the biggest contract in stunt performing. I'm 24. I'm working on smaller productions while rebuilding toward major studio work, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my Marvel contract because they think stunt performing is suicidal. Every stunt I execute safely proves my parents wrong. Every action sequence I complete demonstrates that my work is professional and carefully planned, not recklessly dangerous. I should be in the Captain America movie, doing wire work and fight choreography for a global blockbuster. My family made sure I'm not. But they couldn't stop me from continuing stunt work. They only destroyed one irreplaceable opportunity. That's my revenge. Continuing stunt performing despite their interference, maintaining my safety record despite their sabotage, and proving that their false allegations couldn't end my career. The backup performer did excellent work according to industry contacts. Their stunts will appear in a film seen by hundreds of millions. That should have been my breakthrough into major studio work. My Marvel debut. My parents filed false allegations claiming I had a concealed spinal injury and violated safety protocols. When I eventually work on another major production, whether Marvel, DC, or other blockbusters, their interference will be a painful memory in a successful stunt career. I spent 11 years training for this level of stunt work. My family destroyed my Marvel contract with one fraudulent allegation. But they can't take away my skills, my safety training, or my determination to keep pursuing stunt performing. The Captain America contract was my dream opportunity. My family sabotaged it, claiming they were preventing catastrophic injury. But I'm still doing stunts, still training, still pursuing the career they tried to destroy. And when I'm eventually performing stunts in major productions, when my work appears in films seen globally, my family won't be part of that success. They made sure of that when they filed false safety allegations. Professional stunt work involves calculated risks with extensive safety protocols. Parents portrayed it as guaranteed paralysis. They tried to force me out of the industry by destroying my biggest opportunity. They failed to end my career. They only delayed it. Every stunt I perform safely, every sequence I complete, is proof they couldn't stop me. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me fired from Formula One before I could start as a reserve driver. I'm 22 years old, and 5 weeks ago, I was supposed to begin my position as reserve driver for McLaren Racing's Formula One team. I'd been signed after years of climbing through racing's junior categories, karting championships, Formula 4, Formula 3, Formula 2, simulator testing with F1 teams, and finally, earning enough super license points to qualify for Formula 1. Being hired as an F1 reserve driver meant I'd train alongside the race drivers, test the car during practice sessions, and potentially race if either driver was injured or ill. I've been racing since I was 6, when my grandfather took me karting, and I discovered I had natural car control and fearlessness at high speeds. By 8, I was winning regional karting championships. At 14, I moved to Europe to race in junior Formula Series, living in a small apartment and attending online school while racing every weekend. My teenage years were spent traveling between circuits, learning racecraft, building relationships with team engineers, and progressing through increasingly competitive racing categories. Formula One represents the pinnacle of motorsport: the fastest cars, the best drivers, the most prestigious teams. Reserve drivers earn substantial salaries, get simulator time developing the car, and wait for their chance to race. Some reserve drivers eventually become full-time race drivers. Being signed at 22 meant McLaren saw potential in my abilities. My assignment was 1 year as reserve driver, attending all races ready to substitute if needed, doing simulator development work, testing during practice sessions, and working with engineers on car setup. If I performed well, McLaren might promote me to a race seat. My parents and older brother Nathan have always hated my racing career. They wanted me to go to college and get a stable profession. My father, a financial advisor, said racing was burning money on a lottery ticket career. My mother wanted me to pursue engineering or business. Nathan, who works in tech, said my speed addiction was going to get me killed in an F1 car. I explained that Formula One drivers are among the highest-paid athletes in the world, that reserve drivers earn six-figure salaries, and that I'd spent 16 years working toward this opportunity. They remained convinced racing was a reckless gamble. 6 weeks before I was supposed to relocate to McLaren's headquarters in England, the team principal called. They'd received serious allegations about dangerous driving behavior and previous racing accidents from someone claiming to be from my former racing team. The reports alleged I'd caused multiple crashes through reckless driving, had been banned from a racing series for endangering other drivers, and had concealed penalty points that should disqualify my super license. Formula One has absolute standards for driver safety and conduct. Team can't hire drivers with histories of dangerous behavior or super license violations. My contract was suspended while they investigated through the FIA, racing's governing body, my previous teams, and race stewards. I was horrified. I'd never been banned from racing, had an excellent safety record, and my super license was completely valid. But the investigation took 5 weeks, requiring the FIA to review every race I'd competed in, my previous teams to provide incident reports, and verification of my penalty point record. By the time McLaren cleared me, they'd signed a different reserve driver to fill the position. My F1 contract was gone because my family had filed false allegations claiming I was a dangerous driver. When my parents admitted filing false allegations with McLaren Racing, they were completely unrepentant. My father said they'd been preventing me from dying in a 200-mile-per-hour crash on live television. My mother said Formula One racing was inevitable fatal accident, and they'd been saving my life, while also forcing me to finally go to college and get a normal job. I asked how they could sabotage the contract I'd spent 16 years earning. My father said those 16 years proved I'd wasted my youth racing instead of building a real career, and they'd been trying to force a wake-up call before I started with McLaren. When I pointed out McLaren's investigation confirmed I had no racing bans, no dangerous driving history, and a valid super license, my mother said they'd exaggerated concerns based on genuine terror about F1's dangers. She claimed she'd watched me race and had been convinced every race would be the one where I crashed fatally. Nathan admitted he'd researched how to file convincing racing safety allegations. He said having a sister risking her life in Formula One would be impossible to explain to his tech colleagues, and he'd supported preventing my contract so I'd choose a safe career like everyone else. McLaren's investigation was thorough and invasive. The FIA reviewed my entire racing record, searching for evidence of dangerous driving. Race stewards from series I'd competed in were contacted to verify I hadn't been banned. Every incident I'd been involved in across 16 years of racing was re-examined, looking for patterns of reckless behavior. The investigation confirmed my racing record was clean. No bans, no pattern of causing crashes, valid super license with no concealed penalties. But McLaren had moved forward without me. They'd signed another reserve driver from Formula 2 who'd also been seeking an F1 opportunity. I told my parents I was cutting them off completely. My father said I was overreacting and proving that racing mattered more to me than family concern for my safety. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from becoming another F1 fatality statistic. Nathan said he understood I was angry, but I should appreciate that they'd been trying to save my life, even if I disagreed with their methods. My Formula 2 team principal was appalled when I explained what happened. He'd worked with me for 2 years and had recommended me to McLaren. He wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and confirming my excellent safety record and driving standards. Several racing drivers reached out when word spread in the motorsport community. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my F1 contract and offered support. One former F1 driver said, "Family members often don't understand that modern Formula One has extensive safety features and that drivers aren't recklessly risking death every race." The reserve driver who got my position posted on social media about joining McLaren. I couldn't look at their photos from the team factory, seeing them in McLaren racing suits doing the simulator work I should have been doing. It's been 5 months since my family got my McLaren contract canceled. F1 season is ongoing, and the reserve driver who replaced me has been traveling to races, doing simulator development, and building relationships with McLaren engineers. My parents maintain they saved my life. My father sends me articles about F1 crashes and driver injuries, claiming they prove the sport is too dangerous. My mother said she has no regrets about filing false allegations because preventing your F1 contract was worth any consequence to keep you alive. Nathan hasn't apologized, but seems uncomfortable with the extent of sabotage. He said he didn't realize F1 reserve contracts were that rare and thought there would be other racing opportunities. I'm not speaking to any of them. McLaren Racing documented that the dangerous driving allegations were malicious family fabrication to protect my professional reputation, but that doesn't give me back my contract. I'm currently racing in Formula 2 again, while hoping for another F1 opportunity. But reserve driver positions are extraordinarily rare. Only 20 F1 seats exist worldwide, and reserve roles are equally limited. Getting signed once doesn't guarantee future opportunities when teams have hundreds of qualified drivers competing for positions. Some people think I should forgive my family since they claim they were trying to save my life. But concern for my safety doesn't justify filing false allegations about dangerous driving and racing bans that destroyed my Formula One contract. I'm 22. I'm racing in Formula 2 while hoping for another F1 opportunity, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my McLaren contract because they think F1 racing will kill me. Every race I complete safely proves my parents wrong. Every clean overtake, every incident-free finish demonstrates that my driving is professional and safe, not recklessly dangerous. I should be with McLaren right now, doing simulator work and attending F1 races as their reserve driver. My family made sure I'm not. But they couldn't stop me from continuing to race. They only destroyed one specific opportunity. That's my revenge. Continuing motorsport despite their interference, maintaining my racing career despite their sabotage, and proving that their false allegations couldn't end my path to Formula One. The reserve driver who replaced me is building their F1 career with McLaren. That should have been my opportunity to break into the pinnacle of motorsport. My parents filed false allegations claiming I'd been banned for dangerous driving. When I eventually get another F1 opportunity, whether with McLaren, another team, or years from now, their interference will be a painful memory in a racing career. I spent 16 years progressing through racing categories to reach F1. My family destroyed my McLaren contract with one fraudulent allegation. But they can't take away my driving skill, my racecraft, or my determination to reach Formula One. The McLaren reserve contract was my breakthrough into F1. My family sabotaged it, claiming they were preventing my death. But I'm still racing, still pursuing the career they tried to destroy. And when I'm eventually on an F1 grid, when I'm racing in front of millions of viewers, my family won't celebrate that achievement. They made sure of that when they filed false, dangerous driving allegations. Formula One involves calculated risks with extensive safety features. My parents portrayed it as guaranteed fatal crash. They tried to force me out of racing by destroying my biggest opportunity. They failed to end my career. They only delayed my F1 breakthrough. Every race I complete, every championship point I score is proof they couldn't stop me. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me fired from Cirque du Soleil before I could start rehearsals in Las Vegas. I'm 21 years old, and 2 weeks ago, I was supposed to begin rehearsals in Las Vegas as an aerialist with Cirque du Soleil's resident show, O, at the Bellagio. I'd been hired after a grueling audition process, technical skills assessment on silks and trapeze, dance evaluation, strength and flexibility testing, interviews with artistic directors, and medical clearances confirming I could handle the physical demands of performing 8 shows per week at the world's most prestigious circus company. I've been training in aerial arts since I was 9, when my gymnastics coach suggested I try circus skills to develop upper body strength and spatial awareness. I fell in love with silks and trapeze, the combination of strength, grace, and risk that made audiences gasp. By 13, I was training at a circus art school 5 days a week. At 16, I left regular high school for an arts academy, where I could train 6 hours daily while completing academics. At 18, I joined a traveling circus company to gain professional experience. Cirque du Soleil represents the pinnacle of circus performance, the highest artistic standards, the best training facilities, steady employment with benefits, rare in circus, and the opportunity to perform for millions of tourists in Las Vegas. Getting hired at 21 meant I'd beaten performers with decades more experience. My parents and older brother, Cameron, have always hated my circus career. They wanted me to go to college and get a normal job. My father wanted me to study business. My mother wanted me to pursue physical therapy, since you're already athletic. Cameron, an accountant, said circus performing was unstable gig work for people who refuse to grow up. I explained that Cirque du Soleil offers long-term contracts with salaries, health insurance, and retirement benefits, more stable than many normal careers. They remained convinced circus was a childish phase I needed to abandon. 3 weeks before I was supposed to relocate to Las Vegas, Cirque's medical coordinator called. They'd received serious medical concerns about undisclosed injuries from someone claiming to be my family doctor. The reports alleged I had severe shoulder damage and rotator cuff tears I'd been hiding, and that performing aerial acts would cause catastrophic injury, requiring emergency surgery mid-show, and exposing Cirque to massive liability. Cirque du Soleil requires all performers to pass rigorous medical examinations. Any hidden injuries that could fail during performance are grounds for immediate contract termination. My position was suspended while they arranged emergency orthopedic evaluation. I was devastated. I had perfectly healthy shoulders with no injuries. I'd passed Cirque's own medical screening during auditions. But the evaluation took 2 weeks, requiring MRIs, stress tests, and consultations with sports medicine specialists to conclusively prove I had no shoulder damage. By the time the doctors cleared me, Cirque had already started rehearsals with my understudy. My contract was canceled because my parents had filed false medical reports claiming I had career-ending shoulder injuries. When my parents admitted filing false medical reports with Cirque du Soleil, they showed no remorse. My father said they'd been preventing me from breaking my neck performing dangerous stunts in Vegas. My mother said aerial circus work was inevitable injury, and they'd been saving me from permanent disability, while also forcing me to pursue education and a real career. I asked how they could sabotage the contract I'd spent 12 years working toward. My father said those 12 years proved I was obsessed with circus instead of developing practical skills, and they'd been trying to snap me back to reality, before I moved to Las Vegas for what they called acrobat work. When I pointed out the orthopedic evaluation confirmed I had perfectly healthy shoulders with no injuries, my mother said they'd exaggerated concerns based on genuine worry about the physical stress of aerial performance. She claimed she'd seen me ice my shoulders after training and had been convinced I was hiding injuries, though normal muscle soreness isn't the same as rotator cuff tears. Cameron admitted he'd helped them draft the medical allegations to sound credible. He said having a sister dangling from ceiling silks in Las Vegas was embarrassing when his accounting colleagues asked what his family did, and he'd supported preventing my contract so I'd finally go to college. Cirque's investigation was thorough and invasive. Orthopedic surgeons examined my shoulders with physical tests and imaging. Sports medicine specialists reviewed my training history looking for evidence of repetitive stress injuries. They consulted with my previous circus company's medical staff, searching for treatment records that would support my family's claims. The evaluation confirmed my shoulders were in excellent condition, strong, flexible, with no tears or damage. But the show's rehearsal period had started without me. My understudy had signed a contract and was already learning choreography. I told my parents I was cutting them off completely. My father said I was overreacting and proving that circus mattered more to me than family concern for my safety. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from ruining my body for entertainment. Cameron said he understood I was angry, but I should appreciate that they'd been trying to save me from a broken back or worse. My circus training director was appalled when I explained what happened. She'd trained me for 8 years and had written my Cirque recommendation letter. She wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and confirming my excellent physical condition and safety record. Several Cirque performers reached out when word spread in the circus community. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my contract and offered support. One aerialist who'd performed with Cirque for 15 years said family members often don't understand that professional circus involves extensive safety training and that performers aren't recklessly risking injury. The understudy who got my position posted on Instagram about joining Cirque du Soleil. I couldn't look at their photos from rehearsals. Seeing someone else learning the choreography I should have been performing, working in the show I'd dreamed of joining. It's been 3 months since my family got my Cirque contract canceled. The show is running 8 performances weekly at the Bellagio, and my understudy is performing the aerial sequences I trained 12 years to do. My parents maintain they saved me from permanent injury. My father sends me articles about circus performers who've been hurt, claiming they prove aerial work is too dangerous. My mother said she has no regrets about filing false allegations because preventing your contract was worth it to keep you safe. Cameron hasn't apologized but seems slightly uncomfortable with the extent of sabotage. He said he didn't realize Cirque contracts were that hard to get and thought there would be other circus opportunities. I'm not speaking to any of them. Cirque du Soleil documented that the shoulder injury allegations were unfounded family interference to protect my professional reputation. But that doesn't give me back my contract. I'm currently performing with a smaller circus company while hoping for another Cirque opportunity, but their contracts are rare and highly competitive. The next round of auditions won't happen for at least a year, and I'll be competing against hundreds of aerialists for positions that may not even be for Vegas shows. Some people think I should forgive my family, since they claim they were worried about my physical safety. But concern doesn't justify filing false medical reports about rotator cuff tears that destroyed the most prestigious contract in circus performing. I'm 21. I'm performing with a regional circus company while waiting for another Cirque opportunity. And I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my contract because they think aerial circus is too dangerous. Every performance I complete proves my parents wrong. Every aerial sequence I execute safely demonstrates that my training is professional and my technique is sound. I should be performing an O at the Bellagio right now, doing aerial silks over water for sold-out audiences. My family made sure I'm not. But they couldn't stop me from continuing circus performance. They only destroyed one specific opportunity. That's my revenge. Continuing aerial arts despite their interference, maintaining my performance skills despite their sabotage, and proving that they're false. Medical allegations couldn't end my circus career. The understudy is performing well in O, according to Circus Contacts. They're doing the work I trained for, in the show I earned, living the career my family destroyed. My parents filed false allegations claiming I had severe shoulder injuries. When I eventually perform with Cirque du Soleil, whether in Vegas, touring shows, or international productions, their interference will be a painful memory in a successful circus career. I spent 12 years training for this level of circus performance. My family destroyed my Cirque contract with one fraudulent phone call, but they can't take away my aerial skills, my strength, or my determination to keep pursuing professional circus. The Cirque contract was my dream opportunity. My family sabotaged it, claiming they were preventing injury. But I'm still performing aerial arts, still training, still pursuing the career they tried to destroy. And when I'm eventually performing with Cirque du Soleil, when I'm doing aerial silks or trapeze in front of thousands of people, my family won't celebrate that achievement. They made sure of that when they filed false shoulder injury reports. Professional circus involves calculated risks with extensive safety training. My parents portrayed it as guaranteed catastrophic injury. They tried to force me out of circus by destroying my biggest opportunity. They failed to end my career. They only delayed it. Every aerial sequence I perform, every show I complete safely, is proof they couldn't stop me. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me fired from BBC Wildlife before I could film my first documentary sequence. I'm 25 years old, and last week I was supposed to fly to the Brazilian Pantanal to begin filming as a wildlife cinematographer for BBC's new natural history series about South American wetlands. I'd been hired after a year-long application process that included submitting my portfolio, camera tests, interviews with producers, and field training in Scotland. Getting hired by BBC Natural History Unit as a junior cinematographer is the dream job for anyone in wildlife filmmaking. A chance to work with the best in the industry on productions watched by millions worldwide. I've been obsessed with wildlife filmmaking since I was 12, when I watched Planet Earth and realized people had careers filming animals in their natural habitats. I studied biology and film in college, spent every summer volunteering on conservation projects while teaching myself advanced camera techniques. I bought professional camera equipment with money from part-time jobs, spent weekends in national parks practicing wildlife shots, built a portfolio of footage showing I could capture compelling animal behavior. After graduating, I worked as a camera assistant on smaller documentary projects, learning the technical skills and building connections. When BBC posted an opening for junior cinematographers on their South American wetlands series, I applied with my best footage: jaguars hunting in Costa Rica, scarlet macaws in Peru, spectacled caimans in the Pantanal from a previous volunteer expedition. They selected me from over 300 applicants. My assignment was to spend 4 months in the Pantanal filming jaguar hunting behavior, specifically capturing sequences of jaguars hunting caimans, one of nature's most spectacular predator-prey interactions. The footage would be featured in episode 2 of the series, and if my work was strong, BBC might hire me for future productions. My parents and older sister, Rachel, have always dismissed my wildlife filmmaking career. They wanted me to use my biology degree for practical work, like medical research or pharmaceutical development. My father said wildlife cinematography was unstable contract work with no benefits. My mother wanted me to pursue graduate school in medicine. Rachel, a hospital administrator, said my obsession with filming animals was preventing me from building a real career. I explained that BBC Natural History Unit productions are the pinnacle of wildlife filmmaking, that this contract could launch my career, and that I'd worked toward this opportunity for years. They remained convinced I was wasting my potential on risky freelance work. 10 days before my flight to Brazil, BBC's production coordinator called. They'd received serious safety and medical concerns about me from people claiming to be family members. The reports alleged I had reckless behavior patterns in dangerous environments, had previously suffered a venomous snake bite I'd concealed, and had psychological issues with risk assessment that made me unsuitable for working alone in remote wildlife areas. BBC Productions have strict safety protocols and insurance requirements. Any allegations about reckless behavior or concealed medical issues trigger immediate investigation. My contract was suspended while they verified these claims through additional medical evaluations and safety assessments. I was shocked. I'd never been bitten by a snake, never exhibited reckless behavior, and had no psychological issues. I'd already passed BBC's own medical screening and safety evaluation during the hiring process. But the investigation took 8 days, requiring me to undergo additional psychological testing and medical examinations to disprove allegations I didn't even understand. By the time BBC cleared me, confirming the allegations were completely fabricated, the production schedule had moved forward without me. They'd hired the backup cinematographer who'd been next in line. My 4-month Brazil contract filming jaguars was gone because my family had filed false allegations claiming I was reckless and medically unfit. When my parents admitted filing false safety allegations with BBC, they were completely unapologetic. My father said they'd been preventing me from getting killed in the jungle filming dangerous animals. My mother said working in remote Brazilian wetlands with jaguars and caimans was suicidal, and they'd been saving my life while also forcing me to reconsider wildlife filmmaking as a career. I asked how they could sabotage the contract I'd competed against 300 applicants to win. My father said that level of competition proved wildlife cinematography was oversaturated with desperate freelancers, and they'd been trying to wake me up to the career instability before I spent 4 months in Brazil. When I pointed out BBC's investigation confirmed I had no reckless tendencies, no snakebite history, and no psychological issues, my mother said they'd exaggerated safety concerns to ensure BBC took them seriously. She claimed she'd been genuinely terrified about me working near jaguars and thought filing safety allegations was the only way to prevent my deployment. Rachel admitted she'd helped them research how to file convincing safety and medical reports. She said having a sister who risked her life filming predators in third-world countries was stressful for the whole family, and she'd supported preventing my Brazil contract so I'd choose safer work, like research biology. BBC's investigation had been extensive and invasive. Safety consultants reviewed all my previous fieldwork, looking for evidence of reckless behavior. Medical professionals examined me for any concealed injuries or health issues. Psychologists assessed my risk judgment and decision-making capabilities. The process was humiliating, all because my parents had filed false allegations about me being dangerously reckless. The production coordinator was sympathetic once they confirmed the allegations were family fabrication, but the damage was done. The Brazil filming schedule was time-sensitive. Jaguar hunting behavior peaks during specific seasons, and the production couldn't delay for one cinematographer. The backup candidate had already accepted the contract, purchased flights, and begun preparation. I told my parents I was done with them forever. My father said I was overreacting and proving that filming animals mattered more to me than family safety concerns. My mother said in a few years I'd thank them for preventing me from getting mauled by a jaguar in Brazil. Rachel said she understood I was angry, but I should appreciate that they'd been trying to save my life, even if I disagreed with their assessment of risk. My wildlife cinematography mentor was furious when I explained what happened. He'd worked with BBC for decades and had written one of my recommendation letters. He wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and supporting my safety record and professional competence. Several wildlife cinematographers reached out when word spread in the industry about what happened. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me a BBC contract and offered support. One cinematographer who'd worked on Planet Earth 2 said family members who don't understand wildlife filmmaking often see danger everywhere without recognizing the extensive safety protocols professionals follow. The backup cinematographer who got my Brazil contract posted on Instagram about starting work with BBC. I couldn't look at their photos from the Pantanal, seeing someone else filming in the locations I'd researched, capturing the jaguar behavior I'd planned to document. It's been 5 months since my family got my BBC contract canceled. The Brazil filming wrapped, and the jaguar sequences then, backup cinematographer shot, are being edited for the series. That should have been my footage, my sequences, my career-launching work with BBC Natural History Unit. My parents maintain they saved my life by preventing my deployment. My father sends me job listings for pharmaceutical research positions, claiming it's not too late to use my biology degree safely. My mother said she's relieved I'm not in Brazil because working near jaguars would have given her constant anxiety. Rachel hasn't apologized, but has backed off from active sabotage. She said she accepts I'm pursuing wildlife filmmaking, but still thinks working in remote, dangerous locations is unnecessarily risky. I'm not speaking to any of them. BBC documented in their files that the safety allegations were unfounded family interference to protect my professional reputation. But that doesn't give me back my Brazil contract. I'm currently working on smaller documentary projects, regional wildlife films, nature education videos, while building my portfolio and hoping for another opportunity with a major production company. But BBC contracts are rare, and getting hired once doesn't guarantee future opportunities when they have hundreds of qualified cinematographers to choose from. Some people think I should forgive my parents since they claim they were worried about my safety. But safety concerns don't justify filing false allegations about reckless behavior and concealed snake bites that got me removed from the most prestigious contract in wildlife cinematography. I'm 25. I'm freelancing on smaller projects while rebuilding toward major documentary work, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my BBC career because they think filming wildlife is too dangerous. Every shot I capture proves my parents wrong. Every wildlife sequence I film demonstrates that my work is professional and carefully executed, not recklessly dangerous. I should be in my portfolio right now with jaguar hunting footage from Brazil that would have established my reputation in wildlife cinematography. My family made sure I'm not, but they couldn't stop me from continuing to pursue documentary filmmaking. They only destroyed one major opportunity. That's my revenge. Continuing wildlife cinematography despite their interference, building my career despite their sabotage, and proving that their false safety allegations couldn't end my work documenting natural history. The backup cinematographer did excellent work in Brazil, according to industry contacts. The jaguar sequences will be featured prominently in the BBC series. That could have been my breakthrough work, my entry into major productions. My parents filed false allegations claiming I was recklessly dangerous and had concealed a snake bite. When my work eventually appears in major natural history productions, whether with BBC, National Geographic, or other companies, their interference will be a painful footnote in a successful cinematography career. I've spent years developing my wildlife filming skills. My family destroyed my BBC contract with one fraudulent phone call, but they can't take away my abilities, my experience, or my determination to keep pursuing documentary work. The Brazil contract was my dream opportunity. My family sabotaged it. But I'm still filming, still working, still chasing the career they tried to prevent. And when I eventually shoot sequences for a major natural history series, when my work appears in productions watched by millions, My family won't be part of that success. They made sure of that when they filed false safety allegations. Wildlife cinematography involves calculated risks with extensive safety protocols. My parents portrayed it as suicidal recklessness. They tried to force me out of the industry by destroying my biggest opportunity. They failed to end my career permanently. They only delayed it and made the path harder. Every wildlife shot I do, capture, every sequence I film, every project I complete is proof they couldn't stop me. And that's all the revenge I need. My family got me disqualified from Olympic trials the week before I was supposed to compete. I'm 21 years old, and last week I was supposed to compete at the U.S. Olympic swimming trials in Indianapolis. My chance to qualify for the Paris Olympics after 7 years of training 6 hours a day, 6 days a week. I'd earned my spot at trials by hitting qualifying times at sectionals, swimming personal bests in the 200 meters and 400 meters freestyle that put me within range of making the Olympic team. I've been a competitive swimmer since age 14, when my middle school coach noticed I had natural speed and endurance. By 16, I was training with an elite club team, swimming before school and after, sacrificing normal teenage experiences for pool time and dryland conditioning. I turned down academic scholarships to attend a university with a top-tier swimming program. My college coach thought I had legitimate Olympic potential if I peaked at the right time. This year, everything aligned. My training cycle was perfect. My times were dropping consistently, and I hit Olympic trials qualifying standards in both events with room to spare. Trials are where the top swimmers in America compete for 6 spots per event on the Olympic team. Making the team was a long shot, but even competing at trials would validate 7 years of sacrificing everything for swimming. My parents and younger sister, Paige, have always resented my swimming career. They wanted me to focus on academics and normal college experiences instead of training 30-plus hours weekly. My father, a lawyer, said swimming was a hobby, not a career. My mother wanted me to join a sorority and enjoy college instead of living in the pool. Paige said my swimming made family vacations impossible because I needed access to training facilities. I explained that Olympic trials were once in a lifetime, that most swimmers never qualify, and that competing would be the achievement of my athletic career regardless of whether I made the team. 9 days before trials, USA Swimming called. They'd received an anonymous tip alleging I'd been using banned performance-enhancing substances. Their anti-doping program requires immediate investigation of any doping allegations. My trials entry was suspended pending drug testing and investigation. I was devastated and confused. I'd never used any banned substances. I'd been tested multiple times through college swimming's random drug testing program and always passed. I voluntarily submitted to emergency drug testing, which came back completely clean. But the investigation took 6 days. By the time USA Swimming cleared me, trials had started. My events had already been swum. The 200-meter and 400-meter freestyle finals happened without me. The races I'd trained 7 years to compete in, gone because someone filed false doping allegations. My parents admitted they'd filed the anonymous tip. They'd contacted USA Swimming, claiming to have evidence I was doping, hoping the organization would disqualify me and I'd finally focus on academics and career preparation instead of swimming. When my parents admitted filing the false doping allegation, they showed no remorse. My father said they'd been saving me from wasting the prime of my life chasing an impossible dream. My mother said Olympic trials were an obsession, and they'd been trying to break the cycle before I spent more years pursuing swimming instead of building a real future. I asked how they could sabotage 7 years of training and the biggest competition of my athletic life. My father said those 7 years proved their point. I'd sacrificed too much for swimming, including academic focus and social development, and they'd been trying to force a course correction before it was too late. When I pointed out USA Swimming had cleared me completely and confirmed the doping allegation was fabricated, my mother said they'd had to do something extreme to make USA Swimming take them seriously. She claimed she'd been genuinely concerned about my training intensity and thought performance-enhancing drugs were the only explanation for my improving times, though she had zero evidence. Paige admitted she'd encouraged them to file the report. She said having a sister obsessed with swimming had ruined family dynamics, and she'd supported preventing my trials participation so our family could finally be normal without my training schedule dictating everything. USA Swimming investigated thoroughly. Once they confirmed I'd never used banned substances and the allegation was maliciously filed by family members opposed to my athletic career, they were furious. But trials were over. The 200-meter freestyle final had been won by Katie Ledecky, with the 6th-place finisher, the last Olympic team spot, going to someone who touched the wall in 1:56.32. My best time this season was 1:56.89. I was within half a second of potentially making the Olympic team. The 400 meters freestyle final had similar results. 6 swimmers made the team, and the qualifying times were close. I'll never know if I could have placed top 6 and made the Paris Olympic team because my parents' false doping allegation prevented me from competing. USA Swimming's anti-doping coordinator was appalled when I explained what happened. She said false doping allegations undermine the integrity of clean sport, and that family interference had delayed my investigation, causing me to miss the competition I'd earned the right to enter. My college swimming coach was devastated. He'd been coaching for 25 years and said he'd never encountered family members sabotaging an athlete's Olympic trials qualification. He wrote a statement supporting me and condemning my parents' interference, but it didn't change the fact that trials happened without me. Several swimmers who competed at trials reached out when word spread about what happened. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my spot and said the swimming community was supportive of athletes dealing with family opposition to their careers. The 6 swimmers who made the Olympic team in my events are now training for Paris. I'm watching from home, knowing I was qualified to compete for those spots but never got the chance because my parents filed a false doping allegation the week before trials. It's been 3 months since my family got me disqualified from Olympic trials. The Paris Olympics happened. I watched American swimmers win medals in the events I'd qualified to compete for at trials, knowing I'd been within reach of potentially making that team. My parents maintain they saved me from myself by preventing my trials participation. My father sent me law school applications, claiming it's not too late to pursue a sustainable career instead of swimming. My mother said she's relieved I didn't compete because it would have encouraged more years of swimming obsession. Paige hasn't apologized, but seems to understand now that what they did was wrong. She said she didn't realize Olympic trials were that important and thought there would be other chances, not understanding that Olympic trials happen once every 4 years, and I'll be 25 by the next trials with my athletic prime likely past. I'm not speaking to any of them. USA Swimming documented in their records that the doping allegation was family fabrication with zero evidence to protect my reputation. But that doesn't give me back the competition I earned. My college swimming eligibility is exhausted, so I can't compete NCAA anymore. I'm training with a postgraduate club team, still swimming, still working on my times. The Los Angeles Olympics are in 2028. I'll be 25. Older for a distance swimmer, but not impossible. If I can maintain my speed and keep improving, maybe I can qualify for trials again. Some people think I should forgive my parents since they claim they were worried about my future. But worry doesn't justify filing false doping allegations that got me disqualified from Olympic trials I'd earned through years of legitimate training. I'm 21. I'm still swimming competitively, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my Olympic trials qualification because they thought swimming was a waste of time. Every practice I complete proves my parents wrong, Every time I drop in my training demonstrates that I'm still pursuing swimming despite their interference. I should have competed at Olympic trials in the 200 meters and 400 meters freestyle. My family made sure I didn't, but they couldn't stop me from continuing to train for the next Olympic cycle. They only destroyed one opportunity. That's my revenge. Staying in competitive swimming despite their sabotage, training for 2028 despite their interference, and proving that their false doping allegation couldn't end my athletic career. The swimmer who finished 6th in the 200 meters freestyle at trials made the Olympic team and competed in Paris. I was half a second behind her best time this season. I'll never know if I could have touched the wall faster that day, if I could have been the one going to Paris. My college coach told me that most Olympic-level swimmers deal with family members who don't understand the sport, but he'd never seen parents deliberately sabotage trials qualification. He said the cruelty of being prevented from competing after earning my spot was devastating, but I couldn't let it end my swimming career. He's right. My parents tried to use Olympic trials to force me out of swimming. They failed. I'm still training, still swimming, still chasing the Olympic dream they tried to destroy. The next Olympic trials are in 2028. I'll be 25, older, maybe slower, but still fighting. And when I qualify and compete, my family won't be there supporting me. They made sure of that when they filed a false doping allegation. 7 years of training led to Olympic trials qualification. One phone call from my parents took it away. But they can't take away my speed, my work ethic, or my determination to make the next Olympic trials. I'm still swimming, still training, still chasing Paris 2028, and that's all the revenge I need. My family got me banned from esports before the League of Legends World Championship. I'm 20 years old, and 4 weeks ago I was supposed to compete at the League of Legends World Championship in Seoul, South Korea, as the mid laner for Cloud9's main roster. I've been signed to the professional team after 2 years of grinding through amateur leagues, reaching the top of the North American solo queue ladder, and proving I could compete against the best players in the world. Worlds is the most prestigious tournament in esports. $2.2 million prize pool, millions of viewers globally, career-defining performances that turn players into legends. I've been playing League of Legends competitively since I was 14, when I discovered I had exceptional game sense and mechanical skill that let me outplay opponents consistently. By 16, I was ranked in the top 50 players in North America, streaming my gameplay and building a following. At 18, I was recruited by a semi-professional team, proving I could perform under tournament pressure. Last year, Cloud9 signed me as a substitute mid laner, and after the starting player retired, I became their primary mid laner for the championship season. This year, we dominated the North American League and qualified for Worlds, the tournament where the best teams from every region compete for the World Championship. I'd been practicing 12 hours daily, studying opponent strategies, perfecting champion mechanics, and preparing for the biggest tournament of my career. Professional esports means 6-figure salaries, sponsorships, streaming revenue, and the chance to compete on the world stage. Making a deep run at Worlds could establish me as one of the best mid laners globally. My parents own a medical practice and have always been horrified by my gaming career. They wanted me to attend medical school. My father, a surgeon, said professional gaming was playing children's video games for money. My mother wanted me to study medicine or law. My younger sister, Emma, pre-med at Stanford, said my video game obsession embarrassed the family when people asked what her sibling did. I explained that professional esports players are elite athletes in a growing industry, that my salary rivaled entry-level doctors, and that I'd worked 6 years to reach this level. They remained convinced gaming was a waste of my potential. 5 weeks before Worlds, Riot Games, League of Legends developer, called. They'd received credible allegations of competitive cheating and account sharing from someone claiming to have evidence. The reports alleged I'd been using unauthorized scripts to enhance gameplay, had shared my account with higher-ranked players to boost statistics, and had violated competitive integrity rules to reach my current position. Riot has zero tolerance for cheating in professional play. Any allegations trigger immediate investigation. My Worlds qualification was suspended while they analyzed my gameplay, reviewed account activity, and investigated the claims. I was shocked. I'd never cheated, used scripts, or shared my account. My skills were legitimate, developed through thousands of hours of practice. But the investigation took 4 weeks, requiring Riot to review years of gameplay footage, analyze my mouse movements and reaction times for signs of scripting, and verify account authentication logs. By the time Riot cleared me, confirming no cheating, no scripts, no account sharing, Worlds had started. Cloud9 had competed with their substitute mid laner in the group stage. My spot was gone because my parents had filed false cheating allegations to prevent me from competing. When my parents admitted filing the false allegations with Riot Games, they showed no remorse. My father said they'd been ending this video game nonsense before you wasted more years on gaming. My mother said Worlds would have cemented your commitment to esports, and they'd been forcing you to finally pursue medicine by destroying my tournament opportunity. I asked how they could sabotage the championship I'd worked 6 years to reach. My father said those 6 years proved gaming was an addiction, not a career, and they'd been trying to create consequences that would make me abandon esports for medical school. When I pointed out Riot's investigation confirmed I'd never cheated and the allegations were fabricated, my mother said they'd used whatever story would work to get me removed from Worlds so I'd face reality about needing a real profession. Emma admitted she'd helped research gaming cheating terminology to make the allegations sound credible. She said having a sibling who plays video games professionally was humiliating when her Stanford classmates asked about family, and she'd supported preventing my Worlds appearance so I'd finally do something respectable. Riot's investigation was exhaustive. They analyzed thousands of hours of my gameplay using AI detection systems looking for scripting patterns. They reviewed every game I'd played for suspicious mouse movements or impossible reaction times. They examined my account's login history, searching for evidence of account sharing. The investigation confirmed my gameplay was entirely legitimate. No scripts, no cheating, no competitive integrity violations. But Worlds had proceeded without me. Cloud9 played the group stage with their substitute, went 2-4 in groups, and was eliminated before the knockout rounds. I told my parents I was cutting them off completely. My father said I was proving gaming mattered more to me than family or my future in medicine. My mother said in a few years I'd realize they'd been saving me from wasting my 20s on video games. Emma said she understood I was angry, but I should thank them eventually for trying to force me toward a respectable career. My Cloud9 coach was furious when I explained what happened. He'd worked with me for 18 months developing my champion pool and strategic understanding. He wrote a formal statement condemning my family's interference and confirming my legitimate skills and clean competitive record. Several professional players reached out when word spread in the esports community. They expressed outrage that family sabotage had cost me my Worlds appearance and offered support. One veteran mid laner said family members often dismiss esports as just gaming, without understanding the skill, dedication, and professional legitimacy of competitive play. Cloud9's substitute performed adequately at Worlds but wasn't ready for the international competition's intensity. The team was eliminated in groups with a losing record. Analysts said our team composition and strategy suffered from the last-minute substitution, disrupting months of practiced synergy. It's been 4 months since my family got me banned from Worlds. The tournament concluded with a Korean team winning the championship. I watched the finals, knowing I should have been competing, that my team was eliminated partly because my parents sabotaged my participation. My parents maintain they made the right decision for my future. My father sends me medical school applications, claiming it's not too late to abandon gaming for medicine. My mother said she has zero regrets about filing false cheating allegations because preventing Worlds was worth it to redirect your life. Emma hasn't apologized, but seems slightly uncomfortable with the extent of sabotage. She said she didn't realize Worlds was that important to professional players' careers. I'm not speaking to any of them. Riot Games documented that the cheating allegations were malicious fabrication by family members to protect my competitive record. But that doesn't give me back my Worlds appearance. I'm still playing for Cloud9, preparing for next season, and hoping to qualify for Worlds again next year. But the opportunity lost this year was irreplaceable. Our roster had peaked at the right time, and roster changes for next season mean we'll be rebuilding team synergy from scratch. Some people think I should forgive my parents since they claim they want me to pursue medicine instead of gaming. But wanting me to have a different career doesn't justify filing false cheating allegations that destroyed my World Championship opportunity. I'm 20. I'm still a professional League of Legends player, and I'm estranged from the family that sabotaged my Worlds appearance because they think esports is a waste of time. Every game I play proves my parents wrong. Every skillful play, every strategic decision demonstrates that my abilities are real and legitimate, not enhanced by cheating software. I should have competed at Worlds representing Cloud9 on the international stage. My family made sure I didn't, but they couldn't stop me from continuing professional esports. They only destroyed one tournament opportunity. That's my revenge. Continuing to compete despite their interference, maintaining my professional career despite their sabotage, and proving that their false allegations couldn't end my esports success. Cloud9 was eliminated from Worlds in groups. Analysts said our team coordination suffered from the emergency substitution. That elimination is partly on my parents' interference. My parents filed false allegations claiming I cheated my way to professional play. When I compete at next year's Worlds, when my gameplay appears in front of millions of viewers, their interference will be a painful memory in a successful esports career. I spent 6 years developing elite gaming skills. My family destroyed my Worlds opportunity with one fraudulent allegation. But they can't take away my mechanical skill, my game knowledge, or my determination to compete at the highest level. The World Championship was my breakthrough onto the international stage. My family sabotaged it, claiming they wanted me in medical school. But I'm still playing professionally, still competing, still pursuing the career they tried to destroy. And when I eventually win a World Championship, when I'm holding the Summoners Cup in front of millions of fans, my family won't celebrate that achievement. They made sure of that when they filed false cheating allegations. Professional esports involves dedication and legitimate skill development. My parents portrayed it as video game addiction needing intervention. They tried to force me into medicine by destroying my biggest tournament. They failed to end my career. They only cost me 1 year's opportunity. Every professional game I play, every tournament I compete in, is proof they couldn't stop me. And that's all the revenge I need.